Hello. Oop. Just gotta set a few things up, but I didn't want to put everybody on a big-ass hold screen, because I need to... I changed a lot of things about my setup, and so I need some confirmation about audio balancing and layout and things like that. This is a very, experimental sort of stream. So, here, let me turn this up a little bit. So what we've got here is I've got this gigantic Flip Studio Paint project that I hope you guys will be able to actually see. Ooh. So, this is a gigantic, like, 4K page that we're gonna be going in and writing out, you know, all of the lore info. Color-coded. All of that. No, I am doing this in... Well, doing it in Paint would be funny, but then you would lose out on the ability to actually, like, put things in different, you know, use different pens and stuff along those lines. But this is going to be very, very strange for me. The setup is weird. So, I'm not quite sure, like, how large I should have this. You know, if this should just be up here in the corner. You know, what I should be doing with the actual game. It's complicated. So, and literally just like the physical layout aspect of it is going to be difficult. But basically what we're doing is going through all of this lore. Not actually going to be going through all of the cutscenes, but I am going to pull some up when they're like very, very important. And sort of breaking down what the actual story of the game is. Because if you play it in English, you don't get basically any of the story. There's a good reason that everybody says, like, oh, you can just skip ARR, it doesn't matter. Right? Like, barely anybody even pays attention during any of this shit, right? This, all of this, barely anybody cares. People just say, skip it, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's not true. In fact, I would go as far as to say that, I've played through most of the Heavensward MSQ so far. ARR has infinitely more important story information than Heavensward, to the extent that it's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, basically. Also, ooh, I should do... There's a thing I should do here, which is... I need to put up a little warning on the screen here, because it's very difficult to talk about spoilers. Because the Japanese has stuff that's technically spoilers for Endwalker in ARR. So it's hard for me to say, like, oh, don't put any spoilers in, and then I'm going to talk about stuff that's technically spoilers, but... Okay. And then let's put that in. Let's just put this up in the little corner here. Because, and I'll wait for you know, a little bit more in the way of people to filter in before I go into the whole actual spiel. basically, I'm in a pretty unique position as far as how much I actually know about the story, and that's why I'm even doing this. It wouldn't be very interesting if I was just retroactively connecting pieces of information that everybody already, like, you know, based on stuff that you already know at the end of Endwalker and things like that. You know, I've gotten some amount of confirmation as to, you know, like random theories I've chucked around being right or being not right. But I've only played to, the like, beginning of Stormblood. Personally. That's as far as I've gotten. The rest of it is just stuff that's only in the Japanese but not in the English. Which we will get into very shortly. So, just to stall for a little bit more time, basically I'm thinking that the way that I'm gonna set this up, and I'll need your guys' input on how to do this, is I'm just gonna be going, you know, through the, I'm just gonna be going through this document pretty much just from top to bottom and setting up all of the lore stuff, and hopefully I don't run off the page. This is going to get really messy. This is going to turn very quickly into a whole bunch of, you know, like random arrows pointing to a bunch of different things in a gigantic circle with, you know, hopefully by the end of this it looks like a crazy person's deranged ramblings. That is my sincere hope. That by the end of this, I just look completely insane. All right then. Also, I should probably red thread and thumbtacks ready. Yes. I should probably have some form of like background music that isn't just the old theme over and over again. Now that I think about it. I hadn't actually thought about this, but here, let's just put on like a Final Fantasy XIV music comp. And hopefully you guys can tell me if stuff is too loud, not loud enough, etc., etc. Hopefully none of this has other spoilers in it. This other guy did the same thing as he read Homestuck on stream, so it should be suitably deranged. Fantastic. Okay, so. Let us begin. Shall we? So, the first big thing that starts off the entire game. Let me just see. Yeah, that should be big enough to be legible. So, the first big thing that starts off the game. Actually, here, let me just, while I'm throwing this up. Nah, I was gonna play the intro cutscene. Actually, I am gonna play the intro cutscene. That's a better idea. If I just log out, I can play the ARR demo. So. We'll go through and we'll put this on the, the board afterwards. But this is the start of the game and really the biggest, you know, the big thing that most of the events of ARR hinge upon. This is Meteor, the 7th spiritual disaster, as it's called, where the moon Dalagab, not Dalamud, it's called Dalagab, is brought down to Eorzea by the Empire as part of essentially a Manhattan Project. The main villain of ARR, Gaius van Baelsar, was directly opposed to this and tried to stop it. Happened anyway. This is the gigantic cataclysmic world-altering event that kicks off all of the events of the game. You have the Garlemald Empire on one side, and the united armies of Eorzea on the other side. We'll get into why they're doing this, but this is all very important. You have the three nations in Eorzea, the three main nations. There's my fucking boy, Gaius van Baelsar. Let's turn this down, this is a bit loud. You have Gridania, led by Kane Senna, Limzo-Lominsa, led by Merlwib, and then Ul'dah, led by technically nobody, but really Nanamo Ul'namo and Rauban. The really fun thing is that this whole sequence is the end of Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. When the MMO completely failed, and they just brought a fucking meteor down onto the world, ended and reset for 2.0, which is ARR. And all of these characters that are going around and doing all this stuff, the Warriors of Light, are the actual player characters from 1.0. And they're incorporated fully into the story, which is fucking sick. So, so the artificial moon, Dalagab, is now going to split open, revealing motherfucking Bahamut. God, this cinematic is sick. What's up here? We're just getting into it. So, one of the things I would like to stay up top is I really like the way that they've structured the storytelling in Final Fantasy XIV. They very wisely choose what to build off of and very heavily incorporate the player and the general concept of the players as a whole into the story. It's pretty much the only MMO that I've ever played where you actually feel like the main character, as opposed to just some random who's helping out the actual main characters who are, you know, happen to be in all the cutscenes. And they do so in a way that actually works. You know, they set things up and then they build upon them. Even stuff that seems relatively minor, they go back to and then build on and take to the logical conclusion. So, here is Louisouix. Very important character. Sage of Charlayan. Going toe-to-toe with Bahamut. Everyone here is desperately wishing for, you know, the salvation of Eorzea, for people to be saved. Here's Louisouix summoning the 12, who... what happens in this cutscene gets half retconned. Because, spoiler, this doesn't work. But the concept of summoning, of invocation, and of idols becomes very important. It's really kind of the main thrust of the game. Yeah, look, like, that just didn't fucking do anything. This is the original Warriors of Light. And then Louisouix dies. Except he doesn't. Fights Bahamut to a stalemate. So, that's about all you actually need of this in terms of lore. The rest of this is just fun. God, I really like how they did this cutscene because it looks like like one of the old hand-painted Final Fantasy things, despite being 3D. The animation that they managed to do there is really nice. So, that event, the meteor dropping on the battlefield in Carteneau, is known as the Seventh Spiritual Disaster, or as the Ascians, we'll get into a bit later, refer to it as a dimensional collapse or rejoining. The concept of worlds and extra dimensionality and things like that becomes quite important. This is a very esoteric game. Man, I do not remember any of what this shit is referencing. Oh yeah, Odin, I forgot. And we've got the 1.0 Warriors of Light. So, your character... The really fun thing is that if you played 1.0, you get a special cutscene indicating that your character is one of these original Warriors of Light. Which is just incredibly fun. Like, huge fan of that. Yo, what up, Shivaruka? God, I fucking love this intro. With the little Final Fantasy thing there. That's just great. Okay. The rare instance my username is pronounced as intended. If you're going to be playing more cutscene, consider an outline or background for the spoiler text. Yes. I know, this is very, I couldn't really, like, practice this in any particular way, but, you know, like, I'm very concerned that I'm gonna end up just, like, running out of page space, but then I'm just gonna have to, like, resize the canvas, pretty much, for this. So, let's assemble what we know. Real quick. So, 7th, let's just call it SD for Spiritual Disaster. Hopefully this is legible. I might need to go larger, actually, let's go larger dot size. Okay. And yeah, this is gonna be, I should probably make this, like, really big. 7th, Spiritual Disaster. This is sort of the big thing that kicks off the game. It being the 7th one is very important. So, let's set up, you know, directionality, right? 7 is an important number. So, the reason is, there is a slight amount of information that I'm going to be throwing in here that is also Umbral Calamity. Yeah, the Japanese for it is Dainanaresai, which I'm not going to write out in kanji because fuck that. I could throw down a little Astral and Umbral are EN exclusive. What I could do then is... I actually don't remember the kanji for it. But it's Dainan Areisai, which is like a spiritual or like soul calamity, soul disaster. Yes, I will throw back on the music. I'm bouncing between so many different menus. Let's just do £. 7 is an important number. Specifically because if you had 13 of something, 7 is more than 50%. That's all I'll say for right now. There's been 6 others, right? Then over here, Warriors of Light, vanish. Oh, that's way too big. Oh, I've made this way too large. That's just gonna fall off. That's gonna run off the screen immediately. Even that's probably too big. I have no idea how I'm gonna fit all of this onto this thing. Oh, this is gonna be rough. Make the writing a bit darker? That's as dark as I can make it, honestly. Like, I could use a different brush. Yeah, thicker lines. Semi-transparent high-res image on the background, you won't lose a sense of scale. Yeah, I've got it set to 4K already. This is what I mean when I'm saying I'm not... I mean, I guess I could always just, make the canvas bigger. As you can tell, this is very, What if I just switch to like a brush of some kind, like a... I mean, I could just use like some ink of some kind, but like a smaller ink. Yeah, that would be darker. So, we'll do that. God, this is gonna be sketchy. All right. In that case, let's just let's start over with this. And also, let's actually make this canvas larger. $8K should be enough. $8K should be enough. Okay. That should definitely be enough. Oh yeah, wow, that's... Yeah, that's much better. That is much better. This brush pen is probably not the best thing to be doing for this. God, I'm sorry. I definitely should have checked this before. What if I just do... Nope, not charcoal. Chalk? Chalk could be... Okay, wait, that's... Chalk could be good. Chalk could be good. Going full... Like, that's going full, full classroom. I could literally make it a blackboard as well. That would be funny. Okay. Let's just go with this, and if needed, I will make more images. That's what we'll do. So. SD. Esoteric stuff goes to the left. 7. Important. God, that's still gonna be way too big. I am a complete fool when it comes to this. Okay. 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 It's fine. Wait, what the hell? The brush size is just like not actually changing how large I'm drawing. Oh, I see what it is. So. That should be much better. Okay. Then Warriors of Light disappear. YouTube chat is so bad. Yes, it is. So. The important thing is, and then let's build off of that. People can people remember them, but not their names or faces. Actually, that's probably not worth actually throwing up onto the board. Okay. Then the big thing here that we'll throw all the way down here is dimensional collapse. This is a dimensional merge, what occurs here, as it is referred to. This is big. Right, what's happening here isn't just some sort of generalized catastrophe, it is quite literally worlds colliding, as is brought up. So, who are the Warriors of Light? Let's throw this over here, and then let's change... What color should the Warrior of Light be represented with? Let's go with a blue. Like a heroic blue. Everything relating to the Warrior of Light will put in this heroic blue. Oh, that's not a heroic blue. This... bit more like here. And then larger... So, the Warrior of Light. And everything regarding the Warrior of Light is going to be over here. The Warriors of Light is going to be over here. So this is the main character, right? This brush is not doing me any favors. God damn it. Here, let me just up the texture density on it. I'm trying to make it look... I'm just gonna stick with it. I've made my bed and now I will line it. As long as it is legible, that's all I'm going for at this point. I don't want to spend too long. You. Exclamation point. So, what exactly are you? Graphic design is my passion. Ooh, I'm also dropping some frames. Yeah, my internet is not liking this. Slightly. Oop. So. Now, this is where we're going to get into we're going to branch off of the Warrior of Light pretty far down and get into the first really, really important thing that I'm going to put into a completely different... Let's put this into a lighter blue, like a teal. This is the first big branch off into something totally different, which is... Yeah, Paladin is actually Knight. Actually, let's put it into green. Let's put it into green. So, in the English, the Warrior of Light, the player character, is described as having the Echo. The Echo is complete bullshit. It doesn't actually exist. It doesn't mean anything. So let's go with, let's just put a little thing here. It says that just Echo, no. No Echo. So, what the actual power, let me just, I gotta remember my stroke order for this. So, the actual name of the power that the player character has is Koeru Chikara. So, I have not written anything in kanji in fucking forever. Koeru Chikara. That's a bit too much of a hook there. Wow, that's tiny. What am I doing? Okay. Koeru Chikara. So what this actually is, and I made this huge for a reason, this is Transcendence. So this is what this should have been translated to. And it's sort of the entire fucking game. I'm assuming I'm going to get into a flow of things once I set up. Oh wait, yes I am. God damn it, man. Did I seriously forget an A? Yes, I did. Fucking hell, man. You can tell that I'm just completely, like, brain fried trying to juggle all of this shit. I'm bouncing between so many different screens. So. All caps because it's important. That's gonna go off of the screen. God damn it. Jisho says Transcendence. Graphic design is my passion. My handwriting is garbage, which is why I'm doing this like this. So, the important thing here is that the echo doesn't make any fucking sense. Generally speaking, They actually had a different kanji for this in 1.0, but then they changed it to what they currently have. To koeru chikara. So what this is the power to transcend, the power to overcome. The power to surpass, exceed, to, you know, break a limit. That's sort of like limit break, right? The echo makes no sense. In 1.0, they presumably just thought that the only thing that the Warrior of Light's special little power was that they could see into the past, and that's a thing that shows up a lot, is seeing into the past. Because you are transcending some form of barrier of reality. So, see the past. Know all languages. The way that they set this up is, this is why you constantly have, whenever anybody in the English talks about the echo, they always then end up talking about, like, breaking through some sort of barrier. It's where you get hilarious lines, like the Ascian saying things like, "Let me show you the true power of the echo, the power to transcend the very barriers of reality." Which doesn't make any sense, but it makes a whole lot of sense if it's actually called Transcendence. Which it is. So, the very important bit, incidentally, in Final Fantasy I, there's the same word used to refer to the party breaking through the timeline loop set up in that game. Yeah, it's a main thing in the series. Which actually, let's set that up and put F as hell. This is like a main thing in Final Fantasy in general. Like, this is Final Fantasy. This concept is what Final Fantasy is. Break limits. If this sounds like an ass pull sort of power that lets the Warrior of Light do whatever they want, then you would be mostly right. However, the cool thing about it is that they actually take this concept to its natural conclusion. They actually work through this. This whole thing of transcendence is what they end up building the entire story off of. They say, okay, so we have established that you have this transcendent power. You are transcendent in some way. And then they keep building off of that and expanding off of that, off of this as the core concept. This is probably one of the most commonly used words in the entire game. Koeru. To overcome, to surpass, to exceed. You know, they even use it for things like, I think in Dawn Trail, there's like a gay couple that says that they have a love that transcends the barriers of race and gender. Like, they use it for fucking everything. It's a very key word, and the fact that it's called the Echo in English is nonsense. So, big important thing. Oh no, that's an ARR? It might also be. So, here's another thing. You just are this. Let's just put just are. It isn't stated as being from Hydaelyn. There's one character ever that has conflated Transcendence with the Blessing of Light, which we'll get into in a second off of the Warrior of Light stuff in blue. So, this is just a thing that you are. The Ascians have said that this is the reason why Hydaelyn, who again we'll get to in just a second, is interested in you, is because of this. Is because you are this. You are transcendent. This is just a thing that you are. Right, so let's put a pin in that for right now. You can do basically a bunch of stuff, and I'll also throw in a a big thing here. Disconnected. Oop. So, the player character is somewhat disconnected from the world at large. Well, actually, Shiva, that is... So, the thing is that also that makes the stuff in raids way cooler to me, because it isn't like, oh, the power of the echo allows you to break through your limits and become stronger when you get downed. It's, no, you're fucking transcendent. Right? Transcendent. You know, it's that sort of just raw, I'm built different power spike. I will also just put built diff. Because quite literally. It's, yeah, like this triggers. You just kind of go off. So. What color should I use for Hydaelyn? I can't really use white. I guess I'll just use, like, gold. Oh, that's basically illegible. I could also just kind of... Let's just go... Let's stick with blue, since it's the same thing for the Warrior of Light. Trying to color code everything too hard is going to be pretty rough. Hydaelyn would be blue, but different? Hell yeah. Okay. How the hell do you actually spell Hydaelyn? Ah. So, the phrase of chosen is sort of misleading, honestly. To the point where I don't necessarily even want to use it. But there isn't much of a better way of saying it. So, essentially, you have the blessing of light. Right? You have two entities. You have Hydaelyn and Zodiark on a sort of light and dark thing in the world. And I'll probably set up Hydaelyn in a separate spot. Right? The Blessing of Light is conditional. It can be taken away. Also, it is not binding. It doesn't compel you to do anything. Dynamis would be considered spoilery. I have no idea who Dynamis is. No, it's fine. But, so that is actually a good thing to bring up, is that the furthest I have played is the beginning of Stormblood, but I've had, you know, my friends and stuff, tell me about if things that I'm saying here line up with the way that the story has actually ended up playing out, and it will. Pretty much there's some stuff in this game, especially, things that the Ascians say, which we should, let's jump over. You've got the Warrior of Light, you got Transcendence, all of this. Let's jump over to Dimensional Merge and go into the Ascians. We're probably the next actually important thing. But yeah, Transcendence is very important. Like, think about just how many, like, if you can just think back to lines in the game where they refer to the Echo, and replace it with Transcendence, or Transcendence, like, those who are transcendent. Minfilia is described as being transcendent. Izel, the priestess of ice, what is she called? Iceheart, is called transcendent. You know, these are people who are not necessarily directly associated with the world that they're in. Isel is one of my favorite characters as well. So, Ascians. Robes. Spooky boys. Main villains, kind of. Not really, actually. Honestly, from the stuff you see in ARR, it's pretty hard to consider them actually villains. Because they really do explain things very well. And then let's set this up over here with antagonists. Yeah. Zodiark. You got Hydaelyn and Zodiark. Two main entities. I'm not going to explain the humanity thing just yet. That's going to come up. And again, not binding. At no point, they say multiple points explicitly that the Ascians are followers of Zodiark. They are not enslaved by or in any way controlled by Zodiark. And in fact, there are multiple factions within the Ascians who have differing degrees of how much they want to follow Zodiark's commands will to the letter, with some of them outright disregarding what Zodiark actually apparently wants. This becomes a pretty big fucking deal. Pretty immediately. So, what do they want? Chaos. Oop. Light bad. Okay. This is already, so this is probably a good enough basic setup. So, I'll just go through, I'm probably not going to put it on the board because it's just kind of like basic shit that happens for the setup that isn't actually like the story or the lore. So you as the Warrior of Light just kind of show up in this world at a certain point after the 7th spiritual disaster. Or the 7th merge. You show up, you don't really remember things, nobody knows you, and depending on where you show up, you get a bunch of different little starting quests and missions and things until people find out that you are transcendent, and then you get scouted for, oh my god, this is going to be, yeah, this is already falling off the page, I'm going to need to start a whole different one. I'm going to need to start like a whole different, I could just start like another layer, and then eventually find a way to like match them all together. So, then in red, a bunch of shit happens in the game that doesn't particularly matter very much. You get scouted by Hydaelyn to get the Blessing of Light. And then you get scouted into the fucking homies, who I believe, who are called in English the Scions of the 7th Dawn. I started writing bigger and bigger. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, I can tell. I should have written very small underneath these, but... So, what they actually are the cooler name is expand the canvas size. Yeah, I could even more. So the Japanese title for them is probably better translated as something like, it is the blood oath of the coming dawn. Blood oath of the coming dawn. Which is a secret society that isn't even remotely secret whatsoever, who are trying to deal with Banshin. And I'm not gonna even try to write that in kanji. Yeah, it's a very open secret. Idols. So, the term Banshin in the Japanese is quite literally just foreign god. As in, god that is not our own, or, you know, god of a foreign people. It was used in Japanese to refer to things like Buddhism, and things like that, right? It's outside culture's religion, or deities. That's a term that gets used for these beings. So a much better translation for this is idol, as in idolatry. Primal doesn't make any fucking sense. These entities are not even remotely close to primal. Primal implies that there's somehow always have been there, or are some form of fundamental entity, like some sort of fundamental representation of some sort of concept, which they aren't. I'm fairly certain they just picked this because they saw, oh, there's one of wind, water, and fire. That's like elements. That's like primal beings, primordial beings. That's just not what they fucking are, even remotely close. So, idols. Off of here. Fake. I'll just let that sink. Yeah, they use icon. So I would be cool down with the Garlands using icon or using eidolon. If you wanted another term for idol, as in, yeah, like a idol of worship, you could use eidolon. Primal is completely misleading. Because it confuses the players as to what these things are. And what they are very explicitly is fake. The game is very, very, very explicit that these things are fake. In the sense that, here, let me just... Let me actually start writing smaller. FF9 used Eidolon? I'm totally fine with Eidolon for Banshin. Also, I gotta grab some water real quick, but the game is very explicit these are not... My cup for water was just over here. Got this started, it's been a complete mess. So, I'm just gonna put down that they're fake for right now, and then move on, but this bit's important. So, you get drafted into the Blood Oath of the Coming Dawn in order to help deal with these Banshin. The term tempering shows up in the Japanese as well. Yeah, I fucking hate Woosley. Which is just straight up brainwashing. That's the worst bee I've ever drawn. So, these things, these idols, are things that are summoned by groups of people in response to some sort of outside threat. Right, these are big, powerful entities of some kind that require a shit ton of ether, which... we should probably throw up ether somewhere over here in a different color. Let's do it in purple. Because ether is going to be important as a concept. Life force protects soul. Okay, let's throw that in. Burns ether. So, I feel like I can probably... who's going to be watching this is going to be familiar with at least some amount of this stuff. So I have sort of wasted an hour on setup for nonsense. And troubleshooting. But basically, they explain very, very, very early and very explicitly that the issue with these entities is this, that they burn ether by existing. That in order to summon them, it takes a shit ton of ether, which is the general life force in the setting, general thing for magic in the setting, that the summoning of them, the invocation of them, burns up a shit ton of ether. Which is really bad. And this is where, the Empire comes in as well. It's still called ether. Yes, it's still called ether. And then let's branch off into the Empire real quick as well. Let's not do everything in black here we'll just have for the villains. That's the worst arrow I've ever drawn. So, the Empire. And let's just draw a little arrow here. Yeah, they're the ones who did this. So, the thing is that the Blood Oath of the Coming Dawn and all of the sages of Sharlayan all want to deal with this whole problem. This whole issue of idols burning ether is the main thrust of most of the general shit that you're doing. It's what the Empire cares about, it's what you care about. This is bad. Burning ether is an extinction level event. Like, this is where Gaius's motivation comes in, who we'll throw up on the board real quick soon. In the English, he pretty much only says that the reason why he was trying to invade Eorzea and take over the place is just, like, to control it. You know, he says something about, like, you know, primals being bad, and then their summoning leading to enervation and death, which is the same word twice, kind of. You know, it's just like lethargy and death, and it's just kind of, like, that's just kind of dumb. What he actually says is that their summoning leads to extinction. The end of all life. And so, that seems to be what the Ascians want. They seem to want a shit ton of these things to be made. So, let's put under the Ascians. That they teach people how to summon idols. At community college. Teach idol summoning 101. Is Gaius was right going to be an entry? I mean, this entire fucking thing could be Gaius was right. He's explicitly right. His actions aren't necessarily good, but he's right. Everything that he says in his big-ass rant is completely accurate. And the big-ass rant is completely mistranslated as well. Pretty much all of his rants are completely mistranslated. So, we'll come back to the Blood Oath real quick, because the 7 Spiritual Disaster is important. So, they caused this big-ass meteor strike, and let's put Gaius, since Gaius is the guy who actually matters. So, Gaius van Baelsar was right. Also, literally my dad. If Gaius van Baelsar was my dad, things would be different around here. You can actually just throw the game into Japanese by setting the language setting to Japanese, but then literally everything is in Japanese. And the kanji is not easy. It's very difficult. So, his actual motivation is, wants to stop idols. Yeah, the kanji is difficult to the point that it flashbangs native Japanese streamers. Yeah, native Japanese streamers will get stuck on lines for minutes at a time trying to read the kanji. It's pretty brutal. So, in the English, Gaius pretty much the commander of one of the Imperial armies in charge of taking it over Eorzea. His actual motivation is stopping idol summoning. Right? Idols. Bad. This is sort of the main thing with... This is the main thing with the Empire in general. I've seen people say, like, the Empire are atheists. The Empire are not atheists. That isn't the issue. The issue isn't a matter of religion. The issue isn't, oh, the Empire doesn't believe in the 12 or anything like that. The issue is that they say, yeah, if you guys fucking summon things, everybody dies. If you summon things, ether goes away, everybody fucking dies. Gaius is entirely genuine. All of his rants are, I am trying to save Eorzea. Even at the end, you know, like in his last moments, he doesn't say, and so my conquest ends in smoke and flames. He says, my dream dies. Right? And his biggest thing, you know, I think, like, the big end line from in the Praetorium before you fight him is, in the English, is like, by my, like, it's only right that I should take your realm, for none among you have the strength to stop me. What he actually says is, by my hand, Eorzea will be reborn. His entire thing is genuine. He actually wants to save people. So, his motivations are, His motivation is, be strong enough nobody summons an idol. He explains very explicitly that the point behind him attempting to take over Eorzea is so that nobody even thinks of summoning anything. I can't write. Nobody summon. His whole motivation is to be so overwhelmingly, obviously dominant in Eorzea that nobody even thinks of summoning an idol. That the idea of summoning an idol is... It just becomes completely pointless. There's no reason why they would do so. You know, he says that the reason why people summon these idols are because when they're faced with some form of outside threat, they look to something that is stronger than themselves to save themselves. And the reason why this keeps happening in Eorzea is because nobody is dominant. There is no dominant force. Right? You have this instability. And so, if anybody ever gets pressed and pushed into a corner, they summon. Right? If any of the barbarians, the Banzoku, feel threatened, they summon. And he says that even Louisouix, at the end of the 7th Spiritual Disaster, fucking summons. And that in doing so, right, Ether gets burned. Which is seemingly what the Ascians want. So Gaius's motivation, from what he talks about, is, you know, he says, like, yes, I'm going to take over Eorzea. I'm going to crush all of you. Nobody is going to be able to stand up against me. Nobody is going to be able to question whether and who the ruler of Eorzea is. You're going to come under the control of the Empire, but you're not going to fucking die. And this is why Gaius was opposed the 7th Spiritual Disaster. He was against the idea. Gaius tried to stop the whole meteor drop. Dropping Dalamud and Bahamut onto Eorzea, Gaius was attempting to stop that explicitly. He describes the meteor, basically the Manhattan Project, as a disgusting abomination that dragged down everybody involved with it, essentially, you know, to the depths of hell and depravity. He absolutely despises this. So, and to do so, in order to be so strong that nobody can summon any idols, he wants the Ultima weapon. Which really, ultimately, in the, like, it's a very big deal, but you don't really need to expand on it too much, other than it just, like, absolutely fucking rolls any form of idol. And so, the Ultima weapon, they're kind of doing, like, a, you know, an arms race sort of nuclear weapon style thing, especially considering that, you know, summoning idols as a last-ditch resort destroys the Earth. It completely, you know, robs the Earth of any form of nutrients, life, and ultimately just leads to total destruction. Gaius is very, very explicit that the reason why he is opposed to the idol summoning isn't because the idols go crazy themselves and kill people. Right? You know, it's not because Garuda is going to go around and kill people, or because Titan is going to go around and kill people, or even that Titan is going to brainwash the people that summon him. The issue is that the very nature of summoning these things destroys the world. Your understanding is that Louisouix was using Faith in the 12 to try to make defense against Dalamud, but it messed up because Bahamut was inside? Not actually. So we'll get to that. That's a good jumping point. Here, let's just do over here. I don't remember how to spell Louis. Oh wait, it's right there. So, if you check out, so in the Bahamut raid, Louisouix explains that he attempted to summon the 12, but doing so didn't do shit. They got rolled essentially immediately. And here, let's actually go down to idols again, and put down, and put here. Let's so faith is a term that gets used in the English a lot and is completely wrong. Faith doesn't matter. It's imagination. So idols, as they set up very much immediately, are fake. In the sense that, you know, you've got people summoning things that are quote-unquote primals that literally don't exist, right? The Mughals summon a fucking fake king from folklore, and he just kind of shows up. Ysael summons Shiva, even though Shiva isn't dead. Like, whatever these things are, is just responded to whatever the person or things summoning it want them to be. That's made very, very explicit. Well, the whole live stream thing is also kind of questionable as to whether, like, the term doesn't get used. Well, actually, so, Kinsuke, so Frostvelgar says specifically that she's still, her soul is still by his side. He still has her soul with him. And considering what life is considered in this setting, I think that pretty much counts. Like, like, your body doesn't actually matter in this setting. Basically at all. Well, actually, so, Kinsuke, they actually use the term that they use for Shiva's soul being with Frostvelgar is that it is, Yadoru. Like, residing beside. Or, actually, the other term that they use is like it's a very affectionate term for, like, you know, holding someone close. You know, like, holding someone close within your arms. It's not becoming one or anything, it's, you know, like, affectionately cradling and holding. It's pretty explicitly not, like, straight up the same entity anymore. I might be, they might say that later, but considering the lengths that they went in the Japanese to make that not the case, I'm gonna assume that that isn't the case. So, the 12. You know, it's why, and also just, I'm gonna get back to that when we get to Ysael in a bit, but, Ysael never says that she is Shiva reborn. That's just totally made up because they didn't understand the actual line that she said. Ysael doesn't think that she is Shiva. At all. That's just totally fucking made up. It comes out of nowhere. The Japanese says that she is spiritually aligned with Shiva, and therefore is able to house Shiva as a sort of, like, you know, a temple, effectively. They use a Shinto term for something. Oh yeah, Frostvelgar, my love. Yeah, her referring to Frostvelgar as her love is also made up. She never says it. She doesn't think that she's Shiva. I don't know why the fuck they decided that. So, the 12 get rolled. Louisouix then responds to when people call her, yeah, it's completely wrong. She, at no point, at absolutely no point, does she actually, like, claim to be in love with Frostvelgar. It's just made up. The line there is that she says that she is... Yeah, so the line that she uses is that she says something along the lines of, like, my and her wills or ideals are aligned, and as such, I've become her, like, the term that they use is a Shinto term for a, like, a vessel which is attuned to house a specific entity or a spirit, you know, some form of being. It's the thing that you would use for, like, you know, a portable shrine or something where, you know, if you're carrying around one of those shrines in a festival, you have that shrine is housing this entity. It isn't possessed by it, it's something that is suitable for the entity to be within. So she describes herself as that, and as such she is capable of allowing Shiva to possess her body. That's a very different thing than saying that she thinks that she is Shiva. And that's because she calls herself Kori no... Like, she's called Kori no Miko. Miko being, you know, the term for a shrine maiden. So, really, her name should be Priestess of Ice. Or Ice Priestess, not Ice Heart. You know, she's... You know, it's the you know, like, what fucking Reimu is. She is a priestess. But this is getting off topic. So, Louisouix summons the 12, the 12 get rolled. And then he fights Bahamut himself. So, he uses Louisouix uses the ambient ether from the 12 getting rolled to fight Bahamut himself to a stalemate. But in doing so, he becomes a proto-idol. So this is where characters referring to the 12 in religious terms gets really fucking stupid. Barely anybody in the setting refers to the 12 in religious terms. It's just not really a thing. The 12 are basically guardian deity entities. Like, they're basically guardian deities and not, like, a full organized religion. All of the shit... So, all of the shit where people say, like, by the 12, I swear upon Thal, all of that shit's made up. The times when the 12 are mentioned is just sort of in a, like, these are the guardians of Eorzea. The guardian deities of Eorzea. And critically, Alfino never fucking refers to them as, like, gods. He never refers to them as things of worship. He's kind of too smart for that. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Specifically because Louisouix, and in the end of Bahamut, he fights Bahamut, becomes a proto-idol. Oh, the Kami thing is going to be... I'm going to do, like, a 4-hour rant on why Kami doesn't mean God, and why them saying, like, by the Kami in English is insane. Yeah, think saints in Christian communities that don't take Christianity that seriously. Pretty much. Right? Like, if you're just, you know, culturally Christian, or, like, culturally Catholic, and you hear, like, Saint Peter, that's pretty much the level of what people think of for the 12. They don't come up very much at all. We kept track of how many times the 12 are mentioned in the Japanese, and it's like a tenth of the amount of times that it gets mentioned in the English, if that. They barely show up. In the vast majority of situations, they are not the thing that is important at all. Specifically, Alfino referring to the 12 constantly, or Alice referring to the 12 constantly is insane, because Louisouix becomes a proto-idol, and he explains during that idols are bad. So, he describes the process of what happened in that cutscene as Bahamut shows up, he summons the 12 through a shit ton of ether, they get rolled, he uses that ambient ether to fight Bahamut himself, and then, in response to everybody wanting the fight to be over, he sort of becomes a half-idol. As in, he's becoming this legendary figure because idols are not primal. They're just kind of something that people want to summon. Right? They're something, they're a avatar of something that a group of people, or a single person even, wants. And so, he explains that Alice and Alfino cannot allow people to summon him as an idol because that destroys ether. Otherwise known as exactly what fucking Gaius said. Gaius was right. So, Louisouix explains straight up, the 12 didn't do shit. They got rolled. You can't summon idols. Summoning idols is very, very bad. Don't do it. And in the English, immediately after Louisouix explains all of this, they go right back to saying, by the 12, if the 12 are willing, I shall succeed. Like, they didn't learn shit in the English from Louisouix. They didn't learn shit from him. So, yeah, if anything, Alfino and Alice would be more anti-12 than most people. Yes. They should be. So, let's go back to the Blood Oath of the Coming Dawn. So, their whole bit is that they want to stop these idols because they're, you know, they fuck things up. They lead to massive instability, brainwashing, all of that. And let's set up who these lads are. So, we got Minfilia. Tataru equals mastermind? Yes. The whole half-primal thing comes across as a this will be explained later thing? Yeah. Minfilia. Did I spell that right? Yes. If it's not a religion thing, what is the church building on one side of Hydaelyn? So the thing is, well, that's Saint Adama Randama's church. They're sort of like a missionary thing. There are some religious people within the setting. It's not as though that doesn't fully exist. It's just not completely widespread. People aren't talking about the 12 all the fucking time. It gives far more of a, since it's a Japanese game, the vibe that they're going for, I'm not entirely sure if this is even intentional, is that they're sort of just like, you know, they're sort of guardian entities. Like, in basic, like, Shinto folk belief stuff, even if you believed in some sort of, you know, guardian deity at your local shrine or whatever, it's not like you're openly worshipping it at all moments of all day, of every day, and, like, swearing by it and all of that. That's very much a Western, like, Christian sort of thing. That's just not how religion works. Yeah, there are some amount of religious organizations, but it's not nearly as prevalent. It's, you know, about 1/10 as prevalent. Yeah, like fairies. It's much more along the lines of, like, folk belief. They're just kind of there, and most people are in the setting are not particularly, like, knowledgeable about them, even. Like, you know, if you asked most people in the setting, from what I've seen, to, like, you know, explain all of the 12, you would probably just get, like, a pretty, you know, a pretty, shallow answer. barely anybody ever talks about them. And if they do talk about them, they just say like, oh, you know, the gods of Eorzea. You know, people aren't saying like, I swear upon, you know, the time god, or shit like that. That just doesn't happen. So, members of the Blood of the Coming Dawn. We've got Minfilia, who is transcendent just like the player character. That shit's important. Alfinod. Baller. So Alfinod gets a ton of shit in the English for no fucking reason. I'm gonna do a thing for this. Rich kid. Master. Master diplomat. So Alfinod gets a ton of shit in the English. People constantly talk shit to him. And the way he talks is nonsensical. This dude is a master diplomat. His whole thing is that he's very young, you know, not necessarily super experienced, but is brilliant. He is ridiculously well respected in the Japanese. Pretty much any time you can think of somebody making a joke at Alfinod's expense, saying he looks like a girl, you know, mistaking him for Alice, all of that made up. He is ridiculously well respected in the Japanese. Him being the butt of every joke is weird as hell. I don't know why they hate him in the English. He switches up, like, really the whole master diplomat thing is the most important thing. This dude switches up the way that he talks perfectly. Gonna head out to bed, sorry. Yeah, no worries. So, this dude, he, like, the way that he talks, and, you know, I should just mention up top, the way that everybody talks in this setting is not even remotely close to, like, the fake ye olde bullshit that they do in the English. They talk pretty fucking normal. This is not a medieval fantasy game. It has never been a medieval fantasy game. Ul'dah has fucking trains. There's mechs and trains and guns and airships. It's not a medieval fantasy game. Why did they make it everybody British? I don't know. And, oh, I forgot to say it up top, but localization is a thing that you need to do, right? It's not like I'm saying, oh, you need to translate literally. That's stupid. What you need to do here is you need to actually translate what's being said. You need to preserve information. Calling something a localization does not just give you carte blanche to change shit however you want. And that really comes back to bite them. Like them doing primals and the echo and all of this shit just doesn't line up with what the actual story is. So the issue isn't that they're localizing things, because there's tons of stuff that you need to. Like, there's tons of things that just don't line up at all between Japanese and English. You know, any Sasuga phrase, any, you know, mention of different, like, levels of Keigo and all of that sort of shit just doesn't translate whatsoever. You know, there's also just turns of phrase that don't exist between the different languages. The point of a localization is to retain information. It is to make it so that two people who are playing playing the game in two different languages have as close to the exact same experience as possible. If somebody who played the game in French and somebody who played the game in English talk to each other, there should be no confusion between them about who the characters are, what they're like, what the story is, the tone, the theming, anything. There should be no confusion. The fact that there is confusion is indication that this localization is dog shit. And also, that the lore just doesn't line up. Which is another thing, where people always say like, oh, but they wrote it at the same time in English and Japanese. Except for the part where Koji Fox said that 90% of his lore creation happened in the localization process, and that the Japanese writers would constantly get pissed off at him for adding shit into the English that wasn't in the Japanese and causing plot holes. Like, he copped to that himself. So, the issue, whenever I'm talking about, if I talk about tone, or the way that people talk, the issue isn't that it's a localization, the issue is that it's a bullshit localization. So, Alfino is the pretty much the face of the group. Oh, dude, the pets are really fucked up. Like, there's tons of stuff in there that's just, like, really gross and fucked up, too. Like, I'll need to go through some of them, but there's, like, you know, I think the Marlboro pet that you get from, that one, like, level 40-something dungeon, in the English it says that it's, like, a popular pet among the Ul'dah nobility to induce vomiting at dinner parties so that they can keep eating more. You know, because it's like a Roman vomitorium sort of thing. In the Japanese, they say that it's a popular pet among, or like a fad pet among Ul'dah nobility because its breath smells so bad that it works as an appetite suppressant. So if you want to lose weight, like, it's like a fucking Ozempic as a pet because its breath is so fucking bad that you just don't want to eat. Yeah, they just kind of do shit like that a lot. With all of the stuff that they think that nobody will check. Or changing the drowning dolphin in Limsa into the drowning wench. It's just weird, gross shit. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, communal Salt Lake. How the hell do you spell Alise? What do you spell Alise? L-S-I-E. S-A-I-E. Wins... And then I'm just gonna always say really doesn't show up that much in ARR, but she is hardcore. I'll say is fucking awesome. Oh god, dude, the Momodi stuff is really fucking weird. Yeah, she does ask people to talk about dicks to her in the English for some reason. It's really fucking gross. Yeah, like, well, the thing is, Kizuke, is that people, for the most part, from what I've seen, and from what I even saw, you know, before I got super deep into the game in Japanese, is that people would just talk about the tone and about the dick jokes, and then the people defending the localization would jump back to, it's written at the same time, they're adding flavor, the Japanese is boring in comparison, I prefer a localization to a flat literal translation, and the lore is the same. You're getting the same story. All of which are just wrong. The most common thing that I've seen going through the game so far is entire lines just being deleted in the English. Which, when we get into more of the Ascian stuff, lines are just gone whenever the Ascians show up on screen. Shit just goes away. Entire, like, fucking paragraphs of text from the Ascians is just not translated. It's not even mistranslated, it's just not translated. They just cut the lines out of the game. Yeah, pretty sure not a single joke in the Japanese has made it through to the English. Yeah. Anytime the Japanese has something funny, they just get rid of it. For some fucking reason. There's tons of really funny bits in the Japanese that just never show up in the English. ARR Ascians are basically Saturday morning cartoon mustache-twirling villains. Yeah, they're really fucking interesting in the Japanese. Like, I'll get into it in a second. I should probably just get into that now, because it's like, I love it. But the single coolest piece of constructed Japanese that I've ever seen is in this game. It's really fucking cool. We'll get to it in a second. But, okay. Alfino and Alise. Twins, the grandchildren of Louisouix, and sort of take on his legacy of wanting to save Eorzea. Everybody loves Alfino. He's super cool. He actually is. He doesn't talk like a nerd at all. If anything, he kind of talks overly masculine. Like, when he's just with the Dawn, the dude talks like a fucking hero. Pretty much. Like, he talks in a sort of ridiculously masculine way when he's with the boys. That just doesn't get translated at all. But these two are very important. I'm not really sure how to lead into them. Mivilia as the one being transcendent, and Alvino and Alise just kind of being the most important of the two is pretty much what we'll go with for right now. Yeah, well, the thing is that, I mean, you could emphasize him being masculine if everybody wasn't talking in a bullshit ye olde accent. Like, in a fake, antiquated accent. You know, he's... like, that's the thing, is that certain creatures, like, a lot of the Banshin, the idols in the game, do talk in some amount of old-fashioned, antiquated speech, and so you would want to translate them to saying, like, thou and thy and things like that, but not these guys. And then let's just, let's throw down, the rest of them. Yustola. Bancrid. Ida. Oop. Accidentally put that to a B. Wapolimo. And then Tataru, the most important. Notice years ago when the English script translated a paragraph of exposition about the Keeper of Lake and Midgardsormr into some cryptic bullshit. Yeah, so we'll get to the Midgardsormr cutscene. None of the things that he says are translated. He actually explains everything that he's doing in the Japanese. It makes sense and it sets up all of Heavensward. In the English, they just don't translate it. And the things that they do right are just wrong. Like, straight up just wrong. Yeah, the Midgardsormr thing is basically how every Ascian scene goes. So, let's see where we're at right now. We've got the basic setup for all of these guys. Let's do the... So, Gaius's whole thing is pretty self-contained. You know, the first bit of ARR. Yeah, Midgardsormr is unambiguously the good guy in the Japanese. He's not antagonistic whatsoever. He's explicitly not an antagonistic force. He doesn't take away the Blessing of Light for no reason, and he doesn't even take it away. There's just not a thing. The English says that it's gone multiple times when it's not. Midgardsormr says that it's sealed, not gone. So the Gaius stuff is pretty much self-contained, but really just keep in the back of your mind that Gaius's whole bit is this, right? He genuinely just wants to stop the summoning of idols. He's literally the same shit as Louisouix. They have the exact same fucking motivation, basically, except different ways of doing it. You know, Gaius's motivation is, or Gaius's way of doing it is overwhelming power. Right? Just straight up, you know, it's the equivalent, for him, the ultimate weapon is basically like getting a nuke and just saying, okay, nobody is summoning idols anymore. You do this, we're gonna kill it. It won't even do anything, don't even fucking try it. Which is what the Ascians, you know, they sort of trick him into doing that. So, the Ascians. Let's do the Ascians, because this is the really, you know, the big bit. This is the actual big lore in ARR. Like, the real big lore in ARR. Basically, none of this shit that I'm about to say got translated at all. Most of it literally just not even remotely close to translated. So, the Ascians over here call Hydaelyn a blight. Or really a tumor. They call her and you a blighted tumor infesting this world. And maybe at this point I should actually just throw on the jump in and see the Hawk Manor or the Totorak cutscene, because basically none of the shit that's in that is translated. Yeah, hold up, one second. Let me see if I can find the Totorak cutscene. Where is Totorak? I can't remember how, hold up. I'm just kind of like, I'm going through these. Wait, but I'm not seeing the, What level is Totorak again? Wait, this seems like far too few cutscenes in this, this list. I'm trying to find it. Ah, there it is. Okay. So, let's see. $24 if you're looking at dungeons. Yeah, let's see if I can find it. This is the Empire stuff. Flashback into... Gotta go back to the past. Which one is... Where's the Ascian one? Is this the Ascian one? Oh, I think it might be the first one. It might literally be the first one. Yes, here we go.
Yeah.
So let's throw this up, because this is probably this is one of the first, you know, big cutscenes that just has absolutely none of it translated. Just straight up nothing. Gaius' motivation to impede primals comes across as much more of an excuse in the EN, Yeah, he pretty much just talks about conquest. He says, like, oh, I want conquest. Whereas in the Japanese, he always frames it in, I want to save people. I want to prevent death. I want to prevent suffering. He doesn't talk about, like, my ambition for conquest at all. Yes, this is, God, they're talking in the bullshit fake Ascian language. Like, yes, you've come, adventurers who's defeated, like, the god of the Inferno. Like, oh, it seems you can understand, like, it seems you can understand this language of mine. Kotoba no kabe o koeru ka. So, koeru, right there. Right there? See the Transcendence? Right? Transcendence. So, what they're saying here is, oh, you've transcending the barrier of language. I see. So you hold that power, referring to transcendence. This is a thing that comes up constantly, is transcendence is always framed in the sense of bypassing something that should be impossible. It's like, yeah, as this is our first meeting, allow me to speak in your language. In the English, I think he throws some sort of, like, insult at you. Here he's being quite polite, actually. You know, as a reference by him now bowing. Shinnaru kami no shinobe. So, he's saying, my name is Ascian Lahabrea, a servant of the one true God. Mito. Kimi no naka no sonzai to itta houga ii kana. So, in the English here, let me pull up what the English says here. Because this is a fucking joke. This is just like an actual fucking joke. In the English, the last two things that he said are, if I deign to speak in my guest's crude tongue, we meet at last. I am Lahabrea the Ascians, servant to the one true God. Yours is a most fantastical tale, truly absorbing. What he actually said here is, you are an overwhelmingly interesting entity. Or rather, I should say, you and that thing within you. He says that there is another entity, a thing, a being within you, which is just totally not translated. Kimi no naka no sonzai. That which dwells within you. Yeah, it's been a long time, warrior. Like, disciple of light. Or rather, you blighted tumor infesting this world. In the English, he says, yours is a most fantastical tale, truly absorbing. It is a tale to tell Eorzea's children before bedtime, and it will soon be dark, bringer of light. What does that even mean? That doesn't even make sense. Like, what, so it's a story to tell the children at bedtime and it'll soon be dark, so they'll tell the story? That's just, like, they just didn't understand this line and they just decided, let's just not translate it. What if we just don't? So they just don't translate at all. Him saying that he says that you are a tumor upon this world. The kanji there, hoshi, is referring to this world. It means, like, it's the kanji for star, but it's being used to refer to world. He's explicitly calling you a blight. That you are something that is infesting this world, that is killing it. And that's just not translated. That's a pretty important fucking bit of lore to be showing up in Totorak. Yeah, and that there is another thing, some sort of entity within you. And you're saying, like, yeah, a being of darkness. Hoshi can also mean planet. The end starts to talk as if Eorzeans use star to mean planet. Yeah, they just retcon them like fucking up the TL. Because they use star a bunch and then they realize, oh shit, they're talking about the planet. We need to fix that. They should have just translated it to planet from the beginning. So, he says, he's like, you've just begun to have this transcendence. The power to interfere with the etheric world and to manifest the power of, to manifest these crystals of light. Both of those are pretty fucking important. He's saying that you have the power to interfere, to alter or meddle with the etheric world. To influence it. That console. What they say in the English is, all that stands between this world and darkness is an irksome anomaly in the ether, the echo. That's not what he fucking said. And the line about manifesting the crystals of light is completely removed. The line is just gone. They just don't even try. It's just not there in the English. Yeah, you truly are a fascinating entity. This is the one that pissed me the fuck off. So, the English for this is, alas, like all good tales, it must needs come to an end, but fear not. What he says here is, you're getting a bit too close to the realm of the gods. He's saying that your being is getting too close to being a god. You're approaching meddling with things that only gods should be meddling with. That's kind of fucking important. Instead, they just say, your tale needs come to an end. No, this is Totorak, not Hawk Manor. This happens at level fucking 24 in ARR. Where the Ascians specifically say that your power, Transcendence, is approaching the realm of the divine. They're essentially calling you a demigod right here, right now. Yeah, here, think that's a and he says here, so then, I'll have you, I'll have you disappear. You and that crystal, referring to Hydaelyn. So, Another important thing is that that dark ether... actually, I'm going to swap back to this real quick. Yeah, the EN is completely reductive. It's sort of ridiculously reductive. So, here, let me throw in something here for the Ascians that is going to be sort of just on its own. Antimatter. I believe Moonbrita uses the term, or it's either Moonbrita or Urianger used the term when talking about how to destroy the Ascians at some point. They use the Japanese term for matter antimatter annihilation. And considering that they've got the, like, dark ether and all of that, they pretty heavily set up that whatever the Ascians are and whatever the Ascians are using is the opposite of whatever the Warrior of Light and everybody else is using. It's some form of antimatter, effectively. So that's important. It's a very specific word to use. Couldn't he be referring to the crystals of light he just mentioned? Maybe, but it seems probably more likely that he's referring to Hydaelyn. So, now, Hawk Manor. Yeah, here, let me, where is the, I gotta find the quest in English so I can show off just, you know. It's level 28. Hawk Manor. Built in... Yeah, Sono Crystal. So, he says, yeah, this mansion is filled with darkness, and specifically they use the term, like, a sufficient quantity of darkness. You know, like, it's reached a point that it needs to reach. The English says, darkness has taken root within these halls. Like, yeah, to think, with just a little bit of our assistance, yeah, that this level of, like, darkness to this level could be fostered. In the English, they say, darkness has taken root within these halls, sprung from the most unlikely of seeds. It's not the most unlikely of seeds, they're saying they did it. Fuck do you mean the most unlikely of seeds? I don't think you can use that excuse in court. You see, officer, I became... alcohol had taken root within my veins from the most unlikely of seeds. Me drinking it. That doesn't work. You can't use that as a defense. Yeah, the mistress of this mansion seemed to have was exceedingly insatiable. I admire that will, that desire. Keiji no Kukan. I don't think they really use this much afterwards. It says, so you're that adventurer. Just as the priest described. You know, you being able to fight within this like divine space. Keiji Kukan is like a divine area. You know, some sort of zone of darkness. They just say that, in the English, they just say, "You're every bit as intriguing as our master gave us to believe."
すでに3つの光のクリスタルを手に入れているとは、どうやら貴様の力は我々の想像以上のようだ。
You've already obtained 3 crystals of light. Yeah, so it seems as though your power is beyond our comprehension. Or beyond our prediction. You know, we're more powerful than they thought that we would have been.
そうか、クリスタルを手に入れる過程で貴様は強くなり、その強さがあるからこそ、光の権限を促しているのだな。
Yeah, prediction. I see. Yeah, through obtaining these crystals, yeah, through the process of obtaining these crystals, you become more powerful, and that power has like invited this you know, the light, the manifestation of light, has prompted the manifestation of light.
さすがに光の使徒なだけはあるね。ハイデリンがお前に執着する理由もわかるよ。
They translate this entire line to Hydaelyn chose well. Hydaelyn chose well is all that they say here. It's like, I see. You know, this is one of those Sasuga phrases that you would actually need to localize properly. But they say, like, it's like, I see you are a disciple of the light. It makes sense why Hydaelyn is so obsessed with you, or so attached to you. Now, clearly, the thing that's being mentioned here is, why would they say that this is why Hydaelyn is attached to us if everything that all of our power is already coming from Hydaelyn? This is pretty much a direct refutation of that statement. It's not Hydaelyn chose well, it's you have some form of power inherent to yourself, and as such, that's why Hydaelyn is interested in you. That's why Hydaelyn is so, you know, obsessed with you. They just translated all of this to Hydaelyn chose well. Fuck do you mean?
しかし、その力も我々にとっては少々不都合なもの。これ以上、ハイデリンの意のままに動かれても困るのだ。
And again, this is also just not translated. They say, however, that power is a bit inconvenient for us. We can't allow Hydaelyn's plans, Hydaelyn's will, to progress any further than this.
おっと、戦いに来たんじゃないさ。お前の力を記名して、僕たちの指導者、深淵の司祭、ラハブレ
Also, listen to how they're talking. Like, おっと、戦いに来たんじゃないさ. He's like, hey, hold on there. We're not here for a fight. Yeah, we're just here to take note of your power and inform the priest of the abyss, La Habrea. Well, yeah, it's like you're about to fight and he's like, whoa, hold up there.
This
entire line was translated to fare you well, bringer of light. This entire line. What they say is, we are the, so Tenshi. Well, they pronounce it Amatsukai. But it's, you know, the kanji for angel. As well, right? Like, we are the divine emissaries. The Ascians. And the line here is we are those who dispel light through darkness to restore this planet to its true form. To restore this world to its true form. That entire line was translated in English to "Fare you well, bringer of light." Well, actually, emissary, so eagle. Emissary, so that's Elidibus. Elidibus doesn't refer to himself as an emissary. He refers to himself as a intermediary, or a mediator. Not an emissary. He's not delivering a message. He's like a negotiator, effectively. Arbitrator. Yeah, he says that he's an arbitrator, not emissary. Very different things. But here, they actually explain what they're trying to do. That they are attempting to dispel light through darkness. The line, Yamani yotte shikari o harau sonzai is fucking sick. And you would really need to... Like, that's a line that you could really have a lot of fun with for the localization. But it's... The harau there is like... You know, to drive away, to push away. Right, they through darkness dispel the light. Like, that's probably what I would go with. Like, we through darkness dispel the light to restore this world to its true form. Which, they just didn't translate. They just didn't translate any of it. Well, that's the thing, Kisuke, is that, like, Koji Fox and all of the people in the English team, they take fucking tons of credit for the lore and the writing, and people swear up and down that it's translated at the exact same time, it's written at the same time. You know, there's no lore differences, but there's tons of lore differences. Like, that shit is just not translated. So, to throw things onto the Ascians list, yeah, that's every Ascian scene. And we haven't even gotten to the craziest one. So, want chaos, light bad. So, and then here... Oop, shit. I accidentally switched off of the, Oh, there it was. I was pressing the wrong button on my gigantic fucking tablet. Restore the world. Yeah, if it was lazy, I would prefer it. But the thing is, Eagle, is that if you were on an 18-month development crunch, why would you spend your time making up entirely new dialogue for every item? Why would you spend all your time coming up with puns for every single fucking quest? Why would you spend your time rewriting random bits of lore that don't matter whatsoever in terms of, you know, like, why would you need to change it? Like here, this is the drowning wench in English. In the Japanese, it's the drowning dolphin. And this person says, welcome to the drowning dolphin. It's like, hey, what's up with the name? Like, I heard that we got the name because we serve booze so strong it'd make a dolphin forget how to swim. Because of that, you know, all the sailors and stuff love it here. Yeah, and, you know, now adventurers are here too. Balderon loves helping people. Why would you spend all of your time making up all of this shit when you could, if you were on a time crunch and you couldn't, like, you couldn't figure out how to translate the actual cutscenes. So I don't really buy the idea that this is, like, that they were trying their best, especially considering that Koji Fox has come out openly saying, like, oh yeah, all of this stuff in, like, Limsa, that's all me, I love it, and saying that, you know, he did 90% of the lore creation in the localization process. Right? There are far too many situations in which every time the Japanese says something, they do the opposite in English. That it just has to be malicious. Like, every single time I've gone through, every time there's a joke in the Japanese, they get rid of it in the English. Every time there's a serious moment in the Japanese, they turn it into a joke in the English. Every time there's an emotional bit in the English, in the Japanese, they flip it in the English. They just do the opposite every fucking time. To the point where I cannot give them the benefit of the doubt on any of this anymore. Yeah, there really hasn't been an exception so far. Like, they say 7 hells constantly. Like, characters constantly say, 7 hells, by the 7 hells, damn you to the deepest layer of the 7 hells. The Japanese has mentioned the 7 hells once. Raoban says it once, of saying, I would give my other arm to the Lord of the 7 hells if it meant seeing, Ilberd bleed. And they just cut that line in the English. The one time the 7 hells are mentioned, they cut it in the English. That has to be malicious. There's no way that you can just genuinely be like, it really just does come down to, it has to just be that they're trying to make it their own. They're trying so hard to get rid of the stuff that's in the Japanese to replace it with their own. And it worked! People still to this day think that they're the actual writers, that that the English version is like the real version somehow. So, okay. I think what we should do now is get into the, let's get into the real big shit. Let's get into the real big one. I'm gonna do this, like, this is gonna be, I know that I don't have much space, but this is probably the single most important thing in the game, and it is literally just not translated at all. Well, Aru. Mono. Hito taru mono. So, there is no English equivalent for this because it's literally not translated. Every instance of this term is not translated in the English whatsoever. To my knowledge, it never gets translated. So, to explain this is the most important thing in relation to the Ascians, and in relation to restoring the world. This is the single most important thing that shows up in ARR, and it is not translated. This is the shit that doesn't show up until Endwalker in the English, which is fucking ridiculous. Let's see, I believe it's this one. Yes. Here we go. Yeah, so, yeah, after the god of water, Leviathan, they've taken out the god of thunder, Ramu. This bit isn't really that important just yet.
まさか雷神が光の使徒を受け入れるとはね。
Yeah, it was astonishing to see the god of thunder accept the disciple of light.
炎神、嵐神、岩神、水神、雷神。彼の地で権限可能な5大神は全て
Yeah, the gods of flame, storm, rock. This bit isn't really that important just yet. Yeah, they pointedly avoid mentioning good King Mogglebog here. Yeah. So, the 5 great deities that can manifest in this land have been defeated by this one. Or by this adventurer.
人の進化、エリディブス
人の
進化。
進化。人の進化. So, this is translated to the limitless potential of man. Hydaelyn's servant grows mightier by the day. That's not what they're talking about here. That's not what they're talking about here, whatsoever. They're saying human evolution. And importantly, the term here, shito. Actually, let's hop back. So, the term here of shito. God, the kanji, my handwriting is so fucking bad. But, so, the thing is that people is just referring to humanity. Which refers to anything that are not barbarians. Equals humanity, parentheses, not... So this term, whenever they say shito, they're just referring to any of the player characters. Any of the player character races. You know, when they talk about Limsa, you know, encroaching on kobold territory, they use just shito. They just use people are infringing, you know, are breaking their side of the contract. So this shito here is just used to refer to all people. There isn't really a good term for that in English. So you would probably, like, having to go with, you know, humanity isn't great because that would potentially confuse people of, like, you know, saying, like, oh, are Hrothgar counted in humanity? Yes, technically. Right? It's, you could say people, but, like, saying the evolution of people. You would probably have to go, you either have to go with mankind or humanity for shito here. So, the evolution of humanity. So then, yeah, Elidibus was right. Like, this is happening as Elidibus predicted.
果たしてハイデリンの意志か。人は7度の次元悪界を生き延び、人ならザル者に進化しようとしている。
Ah, this is fucking hilarious. So, this is translated in the English to, yet they prosper at great cost to their mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grow weak and wan. Which, by the way, weak and wan is the same word twice. That's, you don't use it like that? That's the opposite of what's being said here. Like, what he's saying is this truly what Hydaelyn wishes? Alright, is this truly Hydaelyn's plan? Yeah. To push humanity through 7 of these dimensional rejoinings, of these dimensional collapses, and through them, or evolve them into that which can no longer be called human. Hito narazaru mono is that which can no longer be called human. Inhumanity. Through these rejoinings is Hydaelyn attempting to force humanity to inhumanity, to become things that are not human. If any of you have played like Shadowbringers and Endwalker, you're probably screaming. I haven't played Shadowbringers and Endwalker, but through this, I guessed what the plot was.
だが、アーダーによる絶対神ゾディアーク様の再生。その最後のかけらは、覚醒せし人の人たるものへの進化だ。
Yes, and then this is, yet even as it enervates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted to forge the final key. What he says is, however, through the ardor, the absolute God will be restored. All that remains is to evolve, is to progress the unawakened to being shitotaru mono. So, shitotaru mono. This is the thing that is, like, this is important. This is the bit that's important. Let me see if I can find the, let me see if I can find the picture. Where's the, I need that, yo, Patch, can you send me the picture of the shit. Fuck, I should have had this one prepped. I don't want to say what it is, because if I say what it is, then... Okay. Here it is, here it is, here it is. I found it. Okay, so, to explain what this is, to explain shitotaru mono, I'm going to show you guys a picture, right? And I want you to tell me what this is. What is this? I'm serious. Like, what would you describe this as? Or if you're watching the VOD, you know, like, what would you describe this as if you had to describe this picture to somebody? Mini spatula is not the answer I was thinking. Proto fork. Fork came up basically immediately, right? This isn't a fork. Fork without prongs. This is not a fork, right? It is lacking all necessary qualities to be considered a fork. But when you look at it, you know that is supposed to be a fork, right? This thing is going to be a fork, or it was supposed to be a fork. It is fork-shaped, right? The word fork comes up despite it not having any of the qualities that you would need to be a fork. So, the term shitotaru mono is implying that currently people are not truly human. Whatever people are cannot be considered human. They are lacking some amount of necessary qualities to be considered human. And the Ascian's goal is to progress them, to restore them into what they are supposed to be, which is human. So currently, people are not fully people. They can't be called people, but they're supposed to be people. That's what the term shitotaru mono e no shinka means. It means evolving them into that which can be called human, or evolving them into human beings, into true humanity. It's a ridiculously esoteric term, and it's sick as hell. It's in quotes, right? This is an established term. This is a proper term, and it is not translated. At no point in the game, this term comes up a ton, they never translate it. And every time from here on out, every time this line shows up, they just delete the line that has shitotaru mono in it. Like, Elidibus is talking with La Habrea later and says, we need to accelerate their evolution into that which can be called human. In the English, they just translated that to perhaps greater haste is necessary. They just get rid of the line. This term is erased in the English. And this is the plot of the fucking game. This is very clearly the plot of the fucking game. Why is there a fork image? I'm explaining shitotaru mono. So, I'll get into this when I get into the theory crafting part of it, but I have not played Endwalker or Shadowbringers. Actually, let's do this now. Let's do this now. This is very important. Yeah, the English is just being, like, cryptic, and then... It's not even really... It's not being cryptic, though, is the thing. If you were being cryptic, you would have the information be there. They just delete information and then call it a mystery. It's not a mystery. You're supposed to have the information. Right? This is information that you are supposed to have. At this point in the story, in ARR, like, 2.2 or whatever, you are supposed to know that the Ascians think that humans are not truly human. That mankind is incomplete. That mankind is lacking some form of necessary equality to be considered human. And that Hydaelyn, according to them, is attempting to, through these disasters, transform humanity into something that is no longer human at all. Paste the fork on the canvas? I probably should. But Hydaelyn, according to them, they believe that Hydaelyn is perhaps trying to evolve people into things that are no longer human at all. Something that completely forsakes humanity and becomes something different entirely. Again, I have not played Endwalker or Shadowbringers. So, what does this mean? It means people aren't real. It means people, to some extent, are not real. If you believe the Ascians, which, considering all the things that they say, I do. They've been right about everything. So, I'll put the fork on the canvas in a bit. But people are not fully real. They're missing some sort of necessary quality of themselves. So, missing something. Also, they say that there have been 7 of these other... They said there have been 7 other of these collapses, and they're referring to them as rejoining. Right? They've been referring to them as rejoinings. Like, there are different worlds that collapse. And this is a bit of Heavensward information coming in, but we know that there are 13 worlds. Right? That shows up pretty soon. You wouldn't know this just from ARR, but you learn it pretty damn quick. It's 13, right? So, 7 of them have been merged. I have not played Shadowbringers or Endwalker. Is it 14? I can't actually remember. I have not played Shadowbringers or Endwalker. And when we get into the 13 shards in one source, so 14 worlds. So 7 is 50%. Meaning the idea that the player character shows up as Transcendent after 7 seems to make sense. Because that means that you're more than 50%. So, if people aren't truly real and the worlds have been split up, and they say that Aether is part of the soul. So, okay, let's go back here. So, Aether is part of the soul, right? Die... world. So when you die, your soul, the ether that houses your soul goes to the ethereal mirror world, right? And then goes around and then gets reincarnated. So, if all of these worlds were split apart into these 14 worlds, and people's souls go to an ether world when they die, and people aren't real and are missing something, then that stands to reason, this is the bit where I actually guessed things. This was my guess when I saw this cutscene, and everybody lost their shit in the chat. The only reason I knew that I was right is because I saw everybody lost their shit in the chat, and there's a thing that shows up later with the Ascians that basically hard confirms this, which is Souls split. Right? This was my guess, is that this phrase here, saying that people are not truly fully themselves, the concept of transcendence, people being transcendent or not, people not being real, people's, like, ether, you know, going to an ethereal mirror world, and then worlds getting slammed together, means that most likely, when these worlds split apart in whatever that original calamity was, people's souls split alongside them. Meaning that everybody only has part of their original soul. People only had part of their original soul. I threw this out as a theory, and then everybody lost their shit. So I'm pretty damn certain that it's mostly right. And we'll get into it a bit later, but there's another line from the Ascians that straight up hard confirms this, still within ARR. I don't think this would have been an easy guess for people to make. I think this is just like a thing where this is the sort of shit that I like, and so I was able to make this read. But it stands to reason, everything just lines up. If you know this, things line up. Things make sense. Why don't the Ascians care about killing people? Well, I mean, if you die, you just go into fucking ether. Your body doesn't matter. Everybody's only part of their real true self. People need to be restored to their original selves through slamming the worlds back together. If the worlds are separated, then that means people's souls are separated. If people's souls are separated, they're not real. And so, then, Ascians want to rejoin. Souls. Hydaelyn wants to split them. So, according to the Ascians, Hydaelyn is attempting to split people's souls and, like, is attempting to turn people into things that can no longer be considered human anymore. Something that just is no longer human. Meaning, well, what if you took each one of those individual souls and completely isolate, like, each of those soul shards, and just totally isolated them from the other parts of themselves and split those off into individual entities of their own, completely divorcing them from what they used to be. Well, then that would be something that is no longer human whatsoever. It wouldn't be human at all. And according to the Ascians here, that seems to be what they think Hydaelyn might be trying to do. Whereas the Ascians are saying that souls need to be rejoined. People need to return back to what they should be, what they ought to be, what they were. Because they constantly are saying that people used to be real. People used to be whole. And now they aren't, thanks to all of these disasters, these calamities. So, let's keep going with this for a second. But this is... I don't think that most people would have made this read for where the story was going, but it was possible. Making this read was possible. I still have no idea what the fuck Zodiark and Hydaelyn actually are. I've got some ideas that I'll probably throw onto... I'll do another page for theory crafting. But from that, the fact that they don't translate Hitotarumono at any point is insane, because this is very clearly the story. This is very clearly the plot. They put it into fucking brackets. It's in brackets right there alongside Zodiark. The Japanese writers are telling you this turn of phrase is just as important as Zodiark's name. Araba. Oh, what, have I been sent a DM of some kind from Patch? How could you expect the localizers to pick up that this is the plot, the thing being measured by all the bad guys in their evil lair with it being emphasized in brackets? True, that is very hard. It's a very hard read to make. And if you didn't know, like, if you're... Again, people say, like, oh, they wrote this at the same time. No, they fucking didn't. They said their souls are grown weak and wan in the English. That's the opposite of what's being said here. They just didn't translate Hitotaru Mono. If it was being written at the same time, the lore would line up. But it doesn't. And if they didn't know what the story was, if they read all of this and when they went, ah, damn, what the fuck are they talking about? Then why would you make shit up? Why would you cut shit? Why would you make shit up? If you don't know where they're going with the story, just translate what's there to the best of your ability. Instead of trying to make things up. Right? If you translated this section poorly, and, you know, you went with Shitotaru Mono as, like, you went, like, true humanity, or, like, you know, completed humans, or something like that, that would be closer to what the actual story was going off of. And to be clear, at this point in time, I don't think the Japanese writers had all of the shit for, you know, Endwalker and Shadowbringers lined up. But I do think, very obviously, that they went back and went, okay, what did we establish for the Ascians? They looked back at this cutscene and this writing and built off of it. So, what he's saying is, like, so then our mission is to progress this, like, to accomplish these rejoinings. La Habrea.
エオルゼアが神々に愛される理由。そのために新たな地を人に与え、新たな神を導く。
Yeah, exactly. They made it up as they went along, but curiously, they only ever based the later plot off of the earlier JP plot. Exactly. And the thing is, they did it in a very, like, that's just kind of how you do story writing for long-term things like this, is that you set things up, and you don't have an exact idea for the payoff when you write it down, but you go back to the well that you established, and then come up with a payoff. But they don't ever follow the English, they follow the Japanese. So, what he says here is, like, since Eorzea is the land beloved by the gods, for this reason we must give these people new knowledge, and thus lead them to new gods. Right? Which, if you see the thing, I don't really know what the whole deal is with them wanting to get rid of ether entirely. I'm assuming since it's like ether, you know, matter, antimatter sort of thing, but to them getting rid of all of the ether in a world basically, you know, gets rid of Hydaelyn's control over the world or something along those lines. I don't actually know. I don't really know why their bit is draining the worlds of ether, but that seems to be what they're trying to do. By giving people the knowledge or the idea of summoning idols, then that gets them to deplete the land of ether, which then accelerates something. Somehow that accelerates people towards becoming human again. I'm not entirely sure what exactly that means.
すべての世界を一つにし、原初の理を得るために。
And again, here, this one is also completely fucked. He says, that which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. What he actually says is, all worlds will be made one. And Gensho no Ri is like oeru tame. Gensho no Ri is sort of like the this is like a very esoteric sort of like law of the universe sort of thing. Basically, it's like we're to restore the world to its original state. in terms of, like, metaphysics. Like, to return the world into working in the way that it originally did. It implies that the way that the world currently works is not the way that it used to work. Like, the fundamental underlying principles of how the universe operates is not the way that it used to work. That there's been some sort of fundamental change in the laws of physics, basically. Right, and then we zoom in on Zodiac. So this, again, this cutscene is in fucking ARR. Pretty, like, about halfway through the astral whatever thing. Like, this is ARR. Yeah, and this is why you need to do your localization accurately. This is why you can't just freewheel it and just assume that stuff isn't important. Right? They did the same thing with Haurchefant. Right? They just kind of assumed that Haurchefant wouldn't be important and kind of wrote him out of the game. They got rid of all of his personality in the English in ARR, and then the Japanese writers went, actually, that's going to be like one of our main guys for Heavensward. And they went, ah, fuck. Dude, when I do like a Heavensward recap, I fucking love Haurchefant in the Japanese. I did not care at all about the any of the stuff in Ishgard when I played through the game in English, but playing through it in Japanese, god damn, it's good. I actually really like all of them, all of the characters. So there was one other thing about the Ascians that I was trying to remember. What was it? What was it? Hee. Yeah, restore the worlds, Hydaelyn sewers, but where was that cutscene? Where was that cutscene that I'm thinking of? There's I lost my train of thought. There was a cutscene that I was thinking of where they explain even more shit that's like giga important. Ah, yes. Nabrialis. Midgardsormr we'll get to in a second. Actually, should we do Midgardsormr now? Because it's the next thing in the line. We should do Midgardsormr now because it's the next thing in the line. You kind of need the Midgardsormr stuff in order to make the rest of it make sense. Okay. Yeah. We'll do Midgard. So, the Midgardsormr cutscene is something that we're gonna have to just kind of go through again as well, because they just don't explain fucking anything of what this dude says in the English. Just none of his dialogue, and it's all real important. It's all real important. Where is... What's the name of the instance? Keeper of the Lake. Rising Chorus, Keeper of the Lake. So, Midgardsormr is the next bit. I believe it's cutscene 4 here. It is not. Which one is it? Is it this one? Yeah, Midgardsormr. Okay. So, here he says, so you're transcendent, then. Again, koeru chikara. Yeah, then it's only natural that this phantom, you know, this ethereal body of mine would stand no chance. Wouldn't prove to be a match. In the English they just say, by her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. Again conflating koeru chikara with something from Hydaelyn. The Japanese is being pretty clear that Transcendence doesn't really have anything to do with Hydaelyn. Especially considering what Midgardsormr is about to say. He's talking about this just saying like, oh, you're a Transcendent then. I'm pretty fucking sure. Again, I haven't played Endwalker and Shadowbringers, but I'm pretty sure they hard confirmed that the echo is not from Hydaelyn. Right? You are transcendent. It's a natural, part of being, I'm assuming, more than 50% human, like yourself. Like, you got 50% of your own soul, therefore, you're not actually really part of the world. Right? Like, my guess would be, if we go back here, that the reason why you're transcendent, why you know, like 7 of this matters, is because then you are more not part of the world that you're in than you are part of the world that you're in. Like this is just not going to make any sense, but I'm just going to say, like, you know, if you got, you know, like this circle is the world, right? And most people are just like, you know, mostly in their own little spot, right? But you, with the rest of your soul there, you're more like this, right? Like only a small portion of yourself is actually within the world, or is like part of this original world. Therefore, you know, you can just kind of bypass most of the shit surrounding the world. Or it's more along the lines of like, you know, like it's more like that, really. Where, you know, the world itself that you're in is only a small portion of you. So, you know, bypassing the barriers of various things within the world, this kind of looks like something is being impregnated. I didn't intend for that, but, you know, it's sort of like that, right? You know, you're only a very, you know, you're larger than the world itself. Therefore, bypassing the basic rules that most things within the world need to apply to, you know, that makes sense. That's why you're transcendent. You have transcended the world itself. That would be my guess. Should we actually answer that question? I would prefer if you didn't, but it would be kind of insane if it was. Like, that wouldn't make any sense. It's pretty blatantly not. Like, it's pretty blatantly not? Like, being transcendent is described as being like, it's like a state of being, basically. So here they're saying, like, by her gifts you have been granted a moment's reprieve. That doesn't make any sense. That's not what he said. He said, you're transcendent. Yeah, if the echo turned out to be from Hydaelyn, it'd be a plot twist, not the other way around. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. There's been one character that has thought that that Transcendence came from Hydaelyn, which was Imeric. Said like, oh wow, you're transcendent. Like, oh, that's the power of light, isn't it? He's the only character who said that. He's saying, ah, I see. Like, so then was it it was like Hydaelyn's will that brought you here. You were brought here by Hydaelyn. So then I would ask you, for what reason have you come here? The English there is guided by a star. Heh heh heh. That's not, they keep confusing Hoshi meaning planet with star. They keep saying star. It's not. Stop it, please.
我が一族の高き方向。進軍を告げる時の声だ。
Toki no koeda. God, that's sick. This is one of the few cases of furigana being thrown in here. What he said is, yes, indeed, the battle cry of my kind has set the northern star ablaze. Like, set the northern skies ablaze. Like, it's the battle cry that announces their march, or their advance. In English he says, my people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. I probably, that kanji is insane. I probably should have explained Ishgard or everything, but whatever, most people just, all of that stuff is actually, like, pretty much the same. Ishgard is one of the nations in Eorzea. They're shut off, they didn't join up to help out with the Empire, they're fighting dragons, etc., etc. I kind of lost track with the Ascian stuff, because this is, like, you know, the main plot through line, but this is more part of the Ascian stuff than it is part of the Ishgard stuff. Everything that Midgardsormr says here. So notice, he doesn't say that this is part of his, like, his doing. He's saying that this is part of his, like, his descendants are doing it. Like, his kind. His children.
一族が向かうはイシュガルド。恐れを忘れ、罪を犯した人の住処。
Sumika. So, Star is technically able to refer to planets in English, but it's the thing is that it's just unnecessarily confusing, and it's just clearly not what they're using it for in the Japanese. But it's a relatively minor fuck up compared to just straight up not translating things like shitotaru mono. Like, just straight up not having them is just insane. He says, yes, my kind are heading for Ishgard, to the people who have forgotten fear and have forgotten their sins. Right? That's pretty important. So he's explicitly describing it as the people of Ishgard have forgotten what they've done. What they say in the English is, sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Here he's saying explicitly that Ishgard has forgotten its crime. And he's not actually making any sort of judgment call on this. He's just describing what's happening.
これは報復よ。イシュガルドの民は己が罪から目を背けた。その罪こそが尽きることない戦の火種。
This entire paragraph, multiple sentences, 3 sentences, was translated to, we do not forget, we do not forgive. That's not what he's saying at all. He's saying, this is retribution. The people of Ishgard have turned their eyes away from their sins. And those sins were the spark of this endless war. Right? Of this like, war to extinction. And doing the tone here is very difficult. Like, I'm not trying to match tone perfectly with what he's saying, but he is talking, like, you know, in a grandiose, old-fashioned sort of way, so you would want to reflect that. But he's... yeah, and saying, we do not forget, we do not forgive, is just, like, that's, like, the fucking old-ass anonymous line. Well, it was used before that, but I mean, you know, it's... I don't think he was intending to throw in a 4chan meme. I think he was just like, oh, I'm gonna be cryptic here, instead of having him describe the war between Ishgard and the dragons as retaliation for the sins of like, for Ishgard's crimes that they have turned away from, that they refuse to acknowledge. That those crimes, that crime was the spark that ignited this conflict.
そればかりか。あの者どもは今、再び罪を犯そうとしておる。故に、我が一族は方向を轟かせたのであろう。
So, this one is, 7 children did I sire, now one singeth of retribution. What he said is, he said, and now, those men, those humans are again about to repeat that same crime, or are about to transgress yet again. And that is why my descendant has, you know, like, let loose their roar of you know, retaliation. He doesn't say, I have joined in the chorus. He just says, like, that's why Nidhogg is mad. Because the people of Ishgard are planning on doing something again. Are planning on committing another heinous crime. Which is, they are. That's sort of like the plot of Heavensward. Is that they're planning on doing something really fucked up again. That's the plot of Heavensward.
進軍を止めろとこうか。超える力を宿せど、所詮は人よ。それは叶わぬ願いであろう。
God, this dude is sick. He's like, so you would ask me to you would beg me to stop their advance. Like, though thou art transcendent, you know, in the end, you know, man is but man, your wish will not come true. Your wish will not be granted. In the English they say, thou art powerless to silence us, mortal, yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. What does that mean? What he's saying is, no, I'm not gonna fucking stop them. Like what? Oh, you're transcendent, but yeah, you're still just a human, so of course you're gonna ask me to stop them.
まどろみから目覚めたに過ぎぬ。方向を上げたるは我にあらず。我が七の子のいずれかよ。
Yeah, I have awakened from my slumber in response to their roar. Like, I did not roar, but one of my 7 children. The one who roared was not I, but one among my 7 children. Again, he's saying, this ain't me, dude. I'm not the one who did it. Right? I'm not the one calling for this.
イシュガルドの民が己が罪を悔い改めるというのに、なぜ我が子とその眷属に報復を止めよと命じられよう。かの地が焦土と化し、民が死に絶えようとも、因果応報に過ぎぬ。
God, this is such a sick-ass line. Yeah. Yeah, what? Yeah, why should I command my children to end their, like, to cease their vengeance when the people of Ishgard have yet not repented for their sins? Yeah, should the land be burned and should the people suffer and die, it will simply be like the natural cycle of things. He's saying that it'll be cause and effect brought on by their own actions. He's not justifying it. He's just saying, like, they've brought it on themselves. And specifically, he's saying, why should I have to be traitor to my own children? Right? Why should I be the one to have to go tell my own children and forcibly stop them from what they're doing? The people of Ishgard haven't repented. They're still doing the same things that they've been doing. He hasn't explained what that is. He's saying, if Ishgard burns to the ground and all of the Ishgardians die, it'll just be the natural cause and effect of things. He's not saying that he's in total agreement with Nidhogg going and doing things. He's just saying, why should I be the one to have to stop this? Like, you're asking a father to go, forcibly stop his child and betray his own children. I'm not going to do that. That's a reasonable stance. Yeah, and then you go, boom, blessing of light. This is an insanely important line. What he says here in the Japanese is, trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. What he actually says is, that light, the blessing of light, like, that light, the blessing of light, Hydaelyn, you would give a transcendent yet more power? Like, you would bestow yet more power upon this one that is already transcendent. And he says, Hydaelyn, like, are you, like, to actually land the tone would be difficult, but he's basically saying, hey, yo, Hydaelyn, what the fuck are you doing? This dude, they're already a transcendent, and you're giving them the blessing of light as well? What are you doing? This to him is insane. The idea of somebody already being transcendent, having this koeru chikara, and also having the blessing of light heaped on top of that is ridiculous. Like, you're giving somebody 2 nukes. This explains exactly what he's talking about. He's saying, holy shit, Hydaelyn, you're off your fucking meds. Right? Like, you're off your fucking rocker. Are you kidding me? You're going to give a transcendent the blessing of light. You out of your goddamn mind? Tokui no mono nanoka. And then this one was said, hearken to me, Hydaelyn, I remember and I consent. What he actually said is, like, are they then a unique entity? Tokui no mono is like, you've got transcendent, but then you've got something like even above that, it seems. Some sort of unique, entirely special entity, right? It's just a very fancy way of saying that there's something special about us as the player, even beyond being transcendent. That we're some form of, like, supreme being. Something along those lines, right? Some form of aberrant. I'm not entirely sure what exactly they mean by this, but it's just a very fancy way of saying that we're in some way, shape, or form very special. Something that an entity that is put apart from everything else. So my guess would be then, if we're going back to the board, my guess would be this has something to do with the whole, world split stuff, that our character is something that is special even among the world split, right? That pre-world split, our character was in some way important. Some form of, like, entity, like maybe some form of even fucking like a deity of some kind. Whatever it is that actually, like, was overseeing or controlling that original world pre-split, our player character is something along those lines, I would think. You know, we're being set up as something that is incredibly important. And it's even different than saying, like, chosen one. It's a, this is a turn of phrase where I looked it up in the Japanese, and, the Japanese player base, when they saw this line, were like, oh, I guess this is just like, you know, an annoying old man way of saying that we're, like, special. Yeah. Hyped up to some sort of messiah. You know, something like that, maybe. Ramu also calls you Tokui no mono. You know, and one of the potential translations for Tokui, you know, it's like a fancy way of saying Tokubetsu, but it also can mean, like, singular, unique, right? One of one. Whatever we are is the only thing that is like us. Seemingly. And he says, like, Hydaelyn, Hoshio. You're asking me to lend this one my power. Right? By you coming here with the Blessing of Light, he's going, Hydaelyn, you're asking me to give them my blessing? You're asking me to give them my power. All of this is translated in the English again to, I remember and I consent. That doesn't explain any of this. Here he's saying, Hydaelyn gave us the Blessing of Light, which he thinks is insane, and by us coming here, he thinks that Hydaelyn is asking him to give us his power as well. Like, his blessing. Which seemingly is the case. Tamesou de wa nai ka. And what he says here is then, he says, very well then. Then I, Midgardsormr, shall put you to the test. He's saying, I'm going to put you to the test. Right? If you want, like, if Hydaelyn wants me to give you my blessing, you need to be tested. I need to see if you're worthy. Beam! So, remember, he's saying that he's going to put us to the test. If you see this in the English, you have no idea what the fuck is going on. You just go, oh yeah, here's all the crystals that I got. He just says, I remember and I consent. What is he doing in the English? You don't know. In the Japanese, he says, I'm putting you to the test. So now the crystals are fading. Sure, I'll help, and then he just beams you to death? Yeah. And notice, he's saying, like, this is the Blessing of Light. This isn't your Transcendence that's being taken away or sealed. He's specifically talking about this in the terms of Transcendence. Fujiru kusabi. He says, yeah, that which has pierced you is my claw. My claw. This, you know, through my power, the Blessing of Light, you know, given to you by Hydaelyn, has been sealed. Right? It is the wedge, the pin by which the Blessing of Light has been sealed. He says, fujiru, to block, to seal, to obstruct. Not eliminated. And in the English, he just says, haha, fear not, mortal, I shall not harm thee. Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. He doesn't say anything about the seal.
星の光は陰りを見せておった。我が爪なくともいずれ消え失せていたやもしれぬがな。
Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine, is what they say in the English. And then what he actually says is, what he says is, the light of the stars has begun of, like, it's not the stars, the light of Hydaelyn has begun to fade. You know, if not for my claw, the blessing might have disappeared sooner or later. Right, he's saying, you know, even if I hadn't sealed it just now, the blessing would have likely just disappeared on its own. All I did was seal it away. Yeah, you know, I haven't, you know, one way or the other, you were going to have to deal without the blessing at some point.
我はかつてハイデリンと契りを交わした。故にその加護を受けたる汝をくびり殺すのは控えよ。
控えよ。くびり殺すのは。God damn, it's so fucking metal. くびり殺す。Yeah. Like, yeah, I have once made like a vow with Hydaelyn. As such, like, you who has received her blessing, I will refrain from strangling to death. Right? I'll restrain from, like, you know, squeezing the life out of you.
だが、汝は人、イシュガルドの民のように愚かな罪を犯すやもしれぬ。我が汝を見限れば、拾った命はないと思え。
God damn, this is fucking sick. He's like, however, you know, thou art human. And, like, as the people of Ishgard did, you know, you may yet foolishly sin. Like, if, like, like, yeah, should I, like, turn my back on you, or really is like, should I deem you unworthy? You can, like, thou may consider thy life forfeit. Really just consider thy life forfeit. So he's saying, you know, like, you're a human, just like the people of Ishgard. I can't trust you to not do something fucking stupid. So, if you don't live up to the standard that I am setting here, I'll fucking kill you. And specifically, he's saying, you know, tsumi. He's saying if you sin, if you do something horrid like the people of Ishgard. Not just like, oh, if you don't do what I want. He's saying if you do something horrid. Yeah, this incarnation of mine will hold close to thee. Yeah, I shall walk alongside you. Yeah, tsumi, meaning sin, not sumi, meaning litigation. And here, he's saying, like, mitodokeo is to like, ascertain, to like, to see with your own eyes. So he's saying, you know, like, this, yeah, I will see what you do. I will, yeah, you know, the incarnation's eyes are my eyes, its ears are my ears. I will see what, you know, like, I will confirm for myself what you will do having lost the blessing of light. You know, so now that you don't have the blessing of light to rely on, what will you do? How will you act? What sort of things will you do? So explicitly, they're setting this up as a challenge. He's saying, I think you're boosted. Hydaelyn gave you a ridiculous power that you don't necessarily deserve, and I can't trust you with it. Let me see what you do without it. If Hydaelyn wants me to give you my power, I need to make sure that you're not going to do something fucking stupid with it. And right here, he says, Waga chikara, onore no chikara de, waga kusabi o kudaite miseo. He says, yeah, pioneer, like pioneer your own destiny, or like become master of your own fate. You know, I don't really have a good translation for tokui no mono, other than like, it's like, you know, special entity, singular entity, unique one, something along those lines. There's definitely a good localization that you could do. And he says, with your own strength, shatter my, like, break my seal. He is telling you specifically, on your own, break the seals that I've put on the Blessing of Light. None of that's never mentioned in the English whatsoever. Not at all. Play a diamond match on my computer right here. It's like, yeah, I gotta, you know, oh, you say you deserve Diamond 3? I've got an account right here. Look, queue up. Show me that thou art not boosted. It's just not there, anywhere, saying that he wants you to break the seal. Nanji no shiren. So he's saying, yeah, if you are, you know, truly exceptional, unique, then you should be able to judge mankind and lead this war to its end. This is your test. This is your tribulation, your trial. So he's saying, without the Blessing of Light, solve the Ishgard dragon thing. Break the seals. Okay. Yeah, it's like, you know, let the Aether that races the land awaken me. Yeah, like, eventually I will be resurrected. Yeah, I hope that when my resurrection comes, that, you know, like, you will have overcome your trial and brought people back to the, you know, under the guidance of the will of the light. You know, he's saying, like, I'm going to be resurrected eventually, and I hope that when that happens, you will have been successful in your mission, and people will be back on the right track. You know. The English is just, I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth a beginning and an end. Oh god, yeah, Patch, that shit. The creepy ass shit. Should we bust that up? Yeah, I don't know how Kochi is still I don't know how he's still employed. Hold up, let me just bust that out. Where is it? I wasn't gonna mention it, but now that you did, Patch. Do you have the Internet Archive link? Yeah, they deleted it. I don't have the link. Yeah, you find it. You find it. I'll just move forward. But it's creepy as fuck. Honestly, the thing of saying, like, what kind of dirt does Koji have that they kept him around after all of this? The dirt that's just how Japanese, companies work. And also, if you've ever heard Yoshi P talk to you know, like, in any of these, like, fanfests and stuff, they don't really know most of the shit that goes on with this. Like, they hear we have an English translation team. They said that they did the translation properly. The sales are good. Therefore, they probably did the translation properly. The amount of people in Japan who actually speak good enough English to be able to tell whether or not they're fucking this sort of stuff up is very small. And, I mean, if they tell you that this is a proper translation or a proper localization, what are you gonna do? Like, if you're a Japanese company and, you know, like, imagine that you were writing, like, a book, right? And you wanted to get it translated into Spanish. And the Spanish translator sent you a copy of the book. You don't read, you don't know any Spanish. How are you gonna tell that if they fucked it up or not? Like, you would have to send it off to, like, a different translation company to verify whether or not the things that they wrote were real, which probably is going to be just prohibitively expensive. At a certain point, you just have to trust the translation. Like, at a certain point, you just have to trust the translators. Yeah. He's like, yes, but this will be a long and arduous road. Soon there will be a great war between my people and the humans. You know, my child's roar has already reverberated through all of the heavens. Like, resounded through the heavens. So, in the Japanese here, Midgardsormr's setup makes perfect sense, and it lines up with everything that we've been talking about with Hydaelyn and the Ascians. That somehow Transcendence is its own thing. Yeah. Let me pull that up. Yeah, the old version of Sing a Song. Just to give you an idea, especially considering that this is like, people always talk so much shit about like, oh, the English is so much more flavorful, which, by the way, where was any of the flavor in the English for that shit? Nowhere is where, and yeah, this is still up but edited. Walls here, back for my first developer blog in Ga. Has it really been that long? I thought I'd have at least a few weeks to regain my bearings after a half-year blank, but it was less than a few days before Final Fantasy XIV's master composer, Masayoshi Solken, was a tapping at my door. You see, he needed lyrics for the latest Primal ditty, a tribute to Ramuh, Lord of Levin. But that wasn't all. This time we were going with a new Japanese vocalist, and she needed to be trained in the intricacies of that wonderfully crazy language we call English. The recording was done over a period of 5 days or so, and I was asked to sit in to make sure everything on the lyrics side was being followed to a T. Being offered a rare glimpse into the dirty underbelly of the Square Enix sound department, I used the opportunity to take a couple of blurry, underexposed photos. Here's Solken-san gumming up a $10 billion worth of state-of-the-art recording equipment with his greasy fried chicken hands. There's a picture of Solken with a Karage-kun at the recording studio. Here's Solken's... then... Ooh. Here's Solken-san using his company PC to tweet about some cute girl wearing knee-high socks who he saw in his lunch hour. And then this is just like, this should have probably gotten you fired. Because, dude, what the fuck? This is the person that you're dealing with. Yeah, this is how he just normally talks and writes. Now, I know the next shot looks like me sneaking up behind our beautiful vocalist, but that is in no way the case. I am in no way trying to steal a whiff of those adorable morning dew in an apple orchard scented auburn locks, or swipe a ball of fluffy as a cloud in heaven lint from that finely crafted cardigan. But seriously, one of the coolest things about my job is that, in addition to being part of the game development process, I am blessed with opportunities like this one to work with truly talented people, whether they be chicken nugget-loving savants with sock fetishes, who also happen to be master songsmiths, or sweet-smelling songstresses, who also happen to be sweet-smelling songstresses. What the fuck, my guy? And then he goes on to talk about the lyrics. So, when you talk about flavor being added to the game, that's the guy doing it. Right? Like, I don't know about you, but I don't trust that guy to write shit. You know, that's why it makes sense that they would change things like the drowning dolphin to the drowned wench, or put a whole bunch of sexual assault references into Satasha. Or have them call the Sahagin fishbacks. You know, the dude's just kind of a creepy, fucked up pervert. So... Yeah, fishbacks is not a thing. I don't know. Why would you go with a slur, and why would you make it so close to an actual slur? So, Warrior of Light. Probably this should be in blue, because it's relating to Hydaelyn. Let's do Midgardsormr over here. Mid... Seals, Blessing of Light, show me you can be trusted. Transcendence goes hard. Like, this is basically the setup for... This is basically the setup for what Midgardsormr actually does, right? He's... You know, you've got the Blessing of Light from Hydaelyn, which Midgardsormr steals away because it's kind of insane for a Transcendent to also have the Blessing of Light. And also, Hydaelyn is weakening. And other characters have said it for a while, but he sort of hard confirms it. Hydaelyn is weak, and is getting weaker. They establish later in the Japanese even more so that neither Hydaelyn nor Zodiark, they establish it sort of at the end of Heavensward, that neither Hydaelyn or Zodiark can really directly influence the world at all. Neither of them are really capable of doing much of shit. And they specifically require either the Warrior of Light or the Ascians, respectively, to kind of just do their stuff for them with blessings. So, next thing for Ascians that's really important is that there are varieties. So, there are varieties of Ascians, which this is going to be another cutscene. We'll get to theory crafting probably after this cutscene. Where is it? It's Nabriales. Nabriales. I believe it is this cut? Is it the second one here? I think so. I think it's this one. And also, fucking Nabriales is such a sassy bitch in the Japanese. I love this dude. There's Minfilia. Wow. I need to grab the actual... I'm not even gonna bother with the English on this one at all. You don't really need it whatsoever. Like, this one he just doesn't say anything of value in the English. God, what a bitch. Mohaya hikari naki senshi ka. Like, the way he talks here is so fucking sassy. I love the he's such a piece of shit. He's like, warrior of light. Or, actually, at this point, you're the warrior decidedly lacking in light. Aren't you? Right? You say, like, hikari naki senshi ka. As a set phrase of the warrior of not light. The warrior lacking light. Not the warrior of darkness, but the warrior who is, you know, very specifically lacking light. What an asshole. Yeah, with you as you currently are, you can't stop my intrusion. It seems like with you as you are now, you can't stop my intrusion. The unlit warrior. Yeah, you go with the unlit warrior or something like that. But, like, there should be a joke there. Like, that comes across as a joke. Like, he's laughing at it. He's going like, haha, moha hikari naki senshi ka. He's laughing while he's saying it because he's being an asshole. Like, and he's teleporting around being a dick. He's like, wait, you didn't know? Oh, what a joke. Like, straight up, that's the tone that he's using here. He's like, wait, you seriously didn't know? What a joke. Or just, that's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, you were protected by the presence of the you know, the one who has received the blessing of light. You know, and this place was no exception. Originalu. Tensei-gumi. So, Originalu. Tensei-gumi. Wait, this song is the theme of Navigalis? Really? Wait, did it line up perfectly like that? Wait, did it actually just line up like that? No, I'm just beaming. Oh. Come on, man. I was kind of hyped. I was like, ooh, sick. So, this is really fucking important, because they're saying that there are varieties of Ascian. So, the varieties of Ascian that they just set up are originals. And if I hadn't had confirmation about any of the Endwalker Heavensward or the Endwalker Shadowbringer stuff before now, it would have been hard confirmed here. Because saying originals basically hard confirms the soul split thing angle. Because they say that there are originals, and then there are like reincarnators and or transmigrators. Someone whose soul has been reforged. Right? The Tensho, yeah, Tensei Tenshōgumi is the like transmigration of souls, reincarnation. And since they're saying that the originals are more powerful than the reincarnates, it pretty much hard confirms the idea that you know, La Habrea and what's his fucking name? Elidibus are original. right? He's saying that these two are originals, which means that they're... My assumption then, based on my previous guess, is that means that their souls were never shattered. And in the English, they use this term. This term is used later, when they actually translate it, to unsundered. This is what they translate to unsundered later. But now, this is in... Both of these things are in quotes. Both of these things are in quotes, indicating that they should be translated. These are important. And they're just not translated. He says, this line is, "My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and Lahabrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on." They just didn't translate these two set named phrases of originals and reincarnators. He says that the originals, like the ones in white, and Lahabrea, you know, could break through the barrier, the protection of the blessing of light, but for reincarnators like him, he couldn't break through the blessing of light. It's like, yeah, well, you know, that's the story so far. That's how, or like that was then and this is now. Yeah, unlike them, I'm not too prone to waiting. Right? I'm not quite so patient. So I'm gonna grab that staff and bring about the next dimensional collapse, the next rejoining. So this stuff is less important than the bits that I'm talking about, but yeah, he's saying like, yeah, these dimensional collapses, the rejoining, so I knew you had something to do with the disappearance of the Baldician committee. So an important bit is that Minfilia and the player character are both Transcendence, so they can understand what the Ascians are saying. Moonbrida is not. And so, what she's saying is, yeah, what the fuck are you guys just, you know, sitting there talking about? Like, what the hell are you talking about? She has no idea what he's saying. But her response is, beat his ass. Best character. This is still bullshit. This still pisses me off. Again, listen how fucking smug he's being. He's saying, like, I told you, I don't like stubborn, like, you know, stubborn women. Persistent women. Oh, wait, you couldn't understand me, that's right. He's being such a bitch. What an asshole. Yeah, why do you want this cane? It's just a relic. You know, this isn't anything that you would even want. God, what an asshole. He's like, God, again with the stupid questions. What the hell have you even been doing all this time? The legendary one, Tupusimati. Yeah, to be precise, the tablet set up on that wand has a special power. Yeah, if you combine it, you can get a ton of Aether. I'm just gonna kind of skip through. None of this really matters. That matters. Kamioroshi. Okay, so this is important, right? He's saying the staff could summon up a shit ton of Ether, and so how do you think that old man could bring down the 12 without offering up crystals? Is saying that he summoned the 12 through just absorbing a shit ton of Ether with that staff. And that specifically summoning up entities just requires burning a shit ton of Ether. Yeah. A summoning requires not only prayer, or, like, you know, entreatment, supplication. Really, inoru, in this case, can mean either just, like, a wish or a prayer. But, you know, it requires not just a wish or a prayer, but also ether. Like, that's the absolute basics, right? Yeah, it's like, you know, now that I know that, I won't let you take it. Yeah, there's just, oh man, I really can't stand selfish women either. Urusasoda. Yeah, it's like, but if I kill you, I'll never, yeah, that white-robed bastard is gonna be real annoying about it. Yeah, it's a bit of a pain, but I guess I'll just kidnap you. Right, that's the last bit, but the important part there, though, is originals. Right? Originals. Originals. The fact that they bring this up in ARR is really damn important. In the end, it does say, if I kill you, Aldous will never let me hear the end of it. Yeah, the tone is a bit different, though, because it's not like he'll never let me hear the end of it. It's more like he's going to be annoying. He's going to be real annoying about it. He's going to turn it into a whole thing. It's more casual, even. But the tone is really the less important part than the fact that they just don't mention reincarnators and originals. ARR made it sound like the two classes of Ascians were about what dimension they were from. Yeah, that's the thing, is that they just say that La Habrea and Eldibis are of this world. Whereas reincarnators really, like, the term used there clearly means some form of, like, reconstruction. Some sort of soul movement. Right? So if those are, I don't know what they ever translate this to, but I'm just gonna say sundered. So, if I didn't have confirmation before, when when we saw the first thing of them talking about Shitotarumono, and saying like, oh shit, people's souls also split alongside the whatever original calamity split of all the worlds into like the source plus the 13, this pretty much hard confirms that. Right? Saying originals pretty as clearly as saying people who have their whole soul. Right? Like, this is pretty damn clearly, like, people who have their whole soul. Whereas reincarnators are going to be partial, which actually kind of threw a wrench into one of my original thoughts about what Ascians were, which was they were all people who had their whole soul, which clearly that's like a different thing. I don't really know what the classification is. But the Ascians also are, here, let me, pure ether. Ascians don't need a physical body. And in fact, they refer to physical bodies as old-fashioned. Like, oh man, you guys are still like walking around with meat suits? Crazy. Wild. But this stuff here, all of this stuff, is the stuff that they're clearly setting up in ARR as the bigger, like, overarching plot. Right? The stuff with idols and Transcendence and the Blood of the Coming Dawn, which I haven't really even talked about any of these guys, because honestly, like, they're important, but they're less important for the general overarching story in terms of the specifics about them. The stuff that really, really matters is all of this, where especially, like, originals is just, them not translating originals is insane. Honestly, I wouldn't say that they had it figured out from day one. I would say that they just very intelligently, like, this is just good practice for writing something that you're going to build off of later. You set up solid leads to build off of. They very clearly at least had some ideas about how they wanted the back end of the world to work. I wouldn't be surprised if they knew what the Ascians, Zodiark, and Hydaelyn were. Right, if they had established what they are, and, like, how the back end of the universe sort of works. You know, what caused the dimensional splits, what are the Ascians, all of that. But then, like, exactly what they're going to do with it, they didn't necessarily know. Or they could have just thrown in a lot of, like, you know, seed phrases and then built off of them. I don't know, but, you know, having originals and reincarnators, these are clearly a thing that they build off of. Shitotarumono is clearly something that they build off of. This is the stuff that comes in and is important to the later story. And also, all of the Midgardsormr stuff is what they build off of to then do all of Heavensward. Like, all of Heavensward is built off of that one cutscene with Midgardsormr, of Ishgard are the bad guys, you know, Ishgard are the ones who caused the war, the dragons are just trying to get revenge, there's the timeline issue with whether or not, you know, they should, considering, you know, none of the people who did any of the stuff that caused any of this stuff is still there. JP sounds like it gives you the impression that some of the Ascians were immortal and the others got killed and had to reincarnate. Well, that's the thing, is that they say that the, in the Japanese they explain that I should probably branch off of that, again, they do call all of them immortal. That all of them are immortal through not having physical bodies. They don't need their physical bodies. When they die, they don't go back into the ether world. They go back into some sort of sub-world, like between worlds, according to what they say, and then they just refuse into, you know, like they grab a body from somewhere or something along those lines, and they refuse and they're fine. They can't be perceived except by people who are transcendent, or if they want to be perceived, because they are quite literally not of the world, which is kind of going back to this whole concept here, right? You know, the Ascians can be within the world while not manifesting within it, right? They encompass the world. So, like, if you have this whole circle, right? You know, they can be here, they could be here, they could be here, and then if they want to, they can show up here. But the whole time, they're surrounding the world. Right? So that's why they can just show up wherever and be perceived or not perceived based on, you know, whether or not they want to or not. But then Transcendents aren't bound by this little barrier. Therefore, they can perceive them. Right? It's why the Ascians are like, oh shit, you can actually see me. Oh, you can understand me. Oh, that's interesting. Another really important thing, I'm not going to play the cutscene again, but the Ascians mention at some point that that Transcendents have reached a point where they can no longer be dominated. Like, where they can no longer, like, yoink their bodies. They mention that at some point, which I'm assuming is related to the whole, you know, like, it's the 7th merge. You're past the 50% mark, so they're more real than not, therefore they can't just yoink them. Okay, so let's do theory crafting. That would make sense if everyone was transcendent past the 50% mark. This is how you know that I haven't actually played Shadowbringers and Endwalker. I don't know what the answer is to that. And I'm very interested. But the fact that, despite not knowing that, the information is there to be able to get at least the concept of, hey, what if people's souls also split apart when these worlds got split apart? That lines up with the way that the world works. Oh shit, the stuff the Ascians are saying makes sense, right? If you kill somebody who's 1/13th of their original soul, and they just go back into the ether pool and then just fucking come back out and reincarnate, does that even matter? Who gives a shit? They're not even real. It's like you're killing somebody in a dream within a dream. Who fucking cares? They don't count. They're not even alive. They're just like, you know, weird little puppets that aren't even, like, they don't even remember what they actually are. You know, if killing them is, like, if killing somebody who's like 1/13th of a soul is just gonna reincarnate, who doesn't even remember their original self, like, counts, then so is, like, you know, is it murder if you wake somebody up when they're sleeping? Like, they were in a dream, and you woke them up, that dream's gone now. Who cares? Okay. So, theory crafting. So, yeah, from the Ascian's perspective, it must feel very strange. All these people looking like off-brand Hall of Mirrors versions of proper people. Exactly. That was the thing that made me go like, holy shit. That's why fucking Hitotarumono is like the coolest bit of constructed Japanese I've ever seen. Because it's such a elegant way of describing how they feel about people within the setting. That they are fundamentally not complete. They are fundamentally wrong in some way, shape, or form. Whatever the way that they currently exist is missing something. Like, they're things that can become people, that should be people, but currently aren't. Well, Hitotarumono is, like, you need to go very esoteric with the translation for it, probably, but, you know, it's either, like, completed beings, or you could even go with, like, a full sentence of that which can be considered human. You know, a turn of phrase in Japanese using this is, like, kotarumono is used to be, like, good kids do X, or ii kotarumono. You know, it's a sort of set phrase to be like, if you are X, you do Y. Like, things that are X are Y. So, hitotaru mono are, you know, things that are qualified to be people, that are people. And saying that we are not currently this means all of this stuff. So, theory crafting. What the hell are Hydaelyn and Zodiac? How the hell do you draw an ampersand? I don't remember. So, Hydaelyn and Zodiac. And, yeah, I'm not gonna remember it. I just wrote and. So, I don't necessarily want answers during the theory crafting. Yeah. This is just me kind of spitballing based on the information that I would have. And again, this information is mostly ARR, because none of the stuff in Heavensward so far has really told me much of anything about the greater story of the game. But there is a bit of Heavensward thrown in here with the explanations that you get about, you know, like the fact that there are 13 world shards and the void and all of that stuff. That's somewhat factoring into this. So this is like, you know, mostly ARR, some Heavensward. But this is stuff that people should have known way back in the day. Or should have been able to, like, start extrapolating on. Like, some sort of... So there's some sort of yin-yang thing going on, right? You know, you got light and dark, but it's not necessarily good and evil. Really. Like, you've got... I'm also going to go with, like, reality versus dream. Well, that's the thing, is that they don't refer to Zodiark as something that tempers, right? They explicitly, this comes up in Heavensward later, but there's a very, very pivotal line that is really fucked up, where they say that, like, you know, as Hydaelyn, like, as like, the Warriors of Light need to follow Hydaelyn's will, so too must the Ascians follow the will of Zodiark, which is the opposite of what's said in the Japanese. They say that Hydaelyn and Zodiark need people to carry out their will for them, and they can't control people to force them to do it. That the only way that Hydaelyn and Zodiark can interfere with any of these worlds is through people that they hand out their blessing to. And so I'm going with reality versus dream, as in, based on what they said, with Hydaelyn and Zodiark, you know, Zodiark wants to turn people back into, presumably back into real people, whereas they're saying that Hydaelyn probably wants to move people towards some sort of inhumanity, like some sort of non-human existence. And so, we're gonna go with, very clearly the setup here to me is, there's a bigger threat. Bigger threat. Something else. Split the world. I have not played Shadowbringers in either language, no. So, this is just based on my assumption, because why would... So, the reason that I'm saying this is... let's put Ether over here, right? Let's do another thing for Ether. So, we've got matter, antimatter. Muimbrita uses the term antimatter annihilation to refer to what they're going to do to get rid of the Ascians. You know, you've got a bunch of pure, like, light ether to go up against their dark ether and just annihilate it. And the term that they use is antimatter annihilation. In fact, let me look up the term real quick. What is the term? It's, yeah, it was, Suishomitsu was what was used, which is annihilation of a particle and an antiparticle. They use the term Suishomitsu. Let me just put that in chat. This is the term that is used. In the Japanese, to refer to destroying the Ascians. That's entirely what I'm basing the whole antimatter thing off of. They wouldn't use this term if they didn't actually mean that. I would assume. That's kind of too specific of a thing to throw out. But the reason why I'm saying that is, I have absolutely no idea why Zodiark wants to get rid of all of the ether in the source. Like, yeah. Why does Ark why does Zodiark want no ether? It's not clear. Like, I don't really see how getting rid of, like, how burning all of the ether actually does anything for Zodiark that he wants, other than accelerating the refusing somehow. Get the impression there are different levels of soul, and that if even someone's soul is destroyed, they still might somehow be able to reincarnate. Well, the thing is that they use the term when they talk about souls in ether. So actually, let's do soul here. They say that souls are protected by ether. Or, like, you know, when they talk about Y'shtola going through the ley lines, feel like no spoil beyond Stormblood should be somewhere in the title or description. It probably should. It really should. It should be in the title. I'll put it in the description. I'll put it in the description. But no, so far nobody has done so, which is actually really nice. Yeah. So they say that, like, people's souls are sort of, like, protected by a bubble of ether, sort of. I'm not entirely sure if that means, like, that the soul is ether, but I'm going to... My crazy theory here is, since we've got matter, antimatter, and some sort of yin-yang thing and some sort of greater threat, my guess is that ether is a component. Like, ether is a product. Ether is a product, is going to be my assumption. Something is broken down into light and dark ether. Or ether and anti-ether, or whatever we're going to be calling it. Something is broken down into light and dark ether. I forgot exactly what they say about it all the time. Caesar, you feel... Yeah, I think, well, Nabriellis says some shit like that to the same extent. He says, like, I'm supposed to be immortal, I shouldn't be able to be destroyed like this, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. And then I'm also going to put real self, well, actually, no, not real self. But my guess is that there's something that is broken down into light and dark ether. So, true self, most are incomplete. Drawn together. So, I'm going to assume that there's some sort of pull. So, okay, let's go with rejoinings here as well. So, rejoinings. Right, these are, so drawn together. So why would you want to slam these worlds that have been split apart together, and what exactly would it do? And also, how is just, like, slamming Bahamut into the main world, how does that constitute, like, a world being destroyed and refused? So I'm going to say that the energy that is within, like, I'm just going to put, like, conservation of mass. So in order to get these people's souls back into the main world, to draw them back together, you need to utilize that ether to, you know, like, you need to chuck all of that ether into the main world all at once. So, and also, cataclysm kills people, so their souls can rejoin. So, you have to somehow add the ether from one of these split off worlds back into the main world in some sort of way, and doing that, just introducing that much energy into the system is inherently cataclysmic, but then also it being in the form of some sort of cataclysmic event is bonus points, because it means that people can get their souls back together. I have absolutely no idea how it would work. So here's the real fucked up question is... multiple of the same person. Is this even possible? Right? We've got the question here of if you have two worlds that are rejoined, or if you have somebody who is teleported, is transmigrated, you know, reincarnated or whatever into a new world, what happens if there's already a living entity that has like another shard of the same soul? You know, if everybody is only 1/13th or 1/14th, you know, if everybody is only like 1/14th of themselves, what happens if there's two things that are each, you know, what happens if you have two guys who are both the same person at the same time? Like, what happens? I have absolutely no fucking idea. That sounds terrifying. Like, will you look at them and will you just immediately know? Like, will you look at each other and just immediately know, like, hey, that's me? Or will you not? Like, what happens if one of these people is, like, you know, 5/14ths and the other is only 1/14th? You know, these are the crazy fucked up questions that get brought up with all this shit. If people's souls are getting split apart, which is pretty fucking obvious, then what the hell happens if you have two of the same person in the same world? Like, Jesus Christ. That sounds terrifying. So, my guess would be, they said that, considering the use of the word evolution, right? Evolution, 進化. And that it's somehow under a time crunch, my assumption is that this concept, like all of these things together, mean that both Hydaelyn and Zodiark are trying to deal with whatever split this world through different means, right? Hydaelyn wants to split people into what they are now. Oop, shit. Hydaelyn wants to split people fully. Zodiark wants to restore them. Now, as to why, I'm assuming that both of these are related to this whole situation, right? To something else split the world. And yeah, Silly Beans, the thing is that I would be totally fine if they just did a bad job because they were under a time crunch with the localization. If this localization was the result of a time crunch and they just did a bad job, I'd be fine with that. But it's the fact that Koji Fox and the rest of the translators try and take credit as being, like, the real lore writers, and they constantly try and claim that, like, oh no, there's no differences, and all of the, you know, we actually write all the lore at the same time, and all of that. The fact that they do that and they try and steal credit for the actual writing is what pisses me off. And also, if they're under a time crunch, they wouldn't be wasting so much of their time on pointless bullshit. Like, they would just be translating what's there poorly rather than rewriting everything. Like, doing this level of rewrite it just takes longer. It's harder. You know, rewriting everything is so much harder than just translating what's there poorly. right? And it's not like I'm saying, like, oh, you need to do an exact translation. Like, literal translation is not a thing. You need to localize. But what they're doing here, this level of rewrite, is harder. It takes longer. So it just doesn't line up with saying that they didn't have enough time. I think if they had more time, they would have fucked it up more. Like, they would have added in more dumb shit and taken away more of the real story. So, in both of these cases, with Hydaelyn and Zodiark, people need to be stronger. Whatever the current situation is, people need to be stronger. Yeah, and they brag about all of the stuff that they change and all the great lore that they add that isn't present in the Japanese at all. Like, that's the thing, is that all the lore that he takes credit for is just not in the Japanese. Like, if the Japanese writers really loved his lore so much, why isn't it in the game? Right? If they loved it, it would be in there. Yeah, like the old lady who thought she was restoring that painting of Jesus. Yeah, but, so... No, yeah. And sorry if it sounded like I was jumping down your throat. Or really, I kind of did. I just did. I apologize. Going on this level of insane ranting puts you on edge. I apologize. But clearly, I would say that it seems pretty obvious that people need to be stronger to deal with whatever it is that... caused this whole world split thing to begin with. That's my assumption. And that they're trying to go about it in two different ways. Zodiark needs people to be back to their full capacity, whereas Hydaelyn is basically going with a fucking Zerg strategy of split everybody off, and this immediately sets up a Hydaelyn heel turn. And again, I don't think that most people would have probably picked up on this because it's very esoteric bullshit. I'm not trying to, like, you know, suck my own dick too hard, but this is very much, like, up my alley. But to me, when the Ascians have proven themselves, like, the Ascians could just be wrong, but they don't seem to be like they're wrong. And if the Ascians are saying that Hydaelyn is opposing their goal of getting people back to being, you know, their true selves, that sounds bad. Like, that sounds really bad. Just got here maybe an hour ago, so I don't have full context of everything you already retranslated. Very fair. I apologize. But, like, the thing that Hydaelyn is like, this thing that they're talking about here of, like, Hydaelyn splitting people off, like, whatever, you know, these shards of people are, turning those into individual entities that no longer remember who they originally were, that sounds really fucked up. And so the more that the Ascians talk and are saying, like, hey, we want to get people back to being who they really are, you know, people aren't their full selves, we're trying to get them to be back to their full selves, I'm going, wow, that sounds, like, objectively correct. That just sounds like the right thing to do. And so if Hydaelyn is opposing that, that's kind of setting up a Hydaelyn heel turn pretty hard for me. Right? Like, this is kind of setting up, like, a, you know, Hydaelyn is the villain situation pretty heavily. Or at least if not is the villain, is a villain, because what the fuck are you talking about? We're gonna take people's soul shards and not rejoin them. Like, what do you fucking mean? That sounds horrible. You know, if you told me, like, if you got people in the end got suspicious of Hydaelyn as well. Well, people in the end got suspicious of Hydaelyn as well because they thought that Hydaelyn was tempering the Warrior of Light. Because they thought that the Blessing of Light was tempering. Which it very, very clearly is not. They go to great lengths in the Japanese to say that that is not the case. Like, they say that over and over and over again, that Hydaelyn is not controlling you, Hydaelyn is not tempering you, not a thing. They on like 5 different occasions tell you point blank that that is not the case. Because they pretty clearly looked at it and went, ooh, people could see that. People could think that that was the case with the way that this is going. Let's make sure that they know that it's not. Yeah, they really hammer it home that that is not the case. In the English, it would be a completely reasonable thing to think, but in the Japanese, it really isn't. So, yeah, everybody in the player base theorycrafted were immune to tempering because they're already tempered by Hydaelyn. There's, here, this is a bit of a, like, outside of the scope of what I was going to do, but it's pretty important. Here, let me see if I can find the screenshot real quick. There's a line from... There's a line from the end of, There's a line from the end of Heavensward. There's a line from the end of Heavensward that really, like, tells you straight up that that it's not the case. I gotta just find the picture. Sorry, 1 second. Final. Minfilia. God, fuck. Okay. Here feel think. The half people are now living a new life. We've been a part of it. The rejoining would rob us of this. That is a legitimate argument, actually. Like, while we're doing that, let me talk about that. So, my argument against that, right, is when you go to sleep at night, right? If you go to sleep at night, I'm gonna put dreaming under rejoinings. When you go to sleep at night, you can have like multiple dreams. You know, you go to bed and you can have like 5 different dreams where you live 5 different lives in 5 different ways. You know, you can have dreams where you aren't even yourself. You know, where you're somebody else entirely. But it's not death to wake up. You know, you have a greater self that you then wake up from. You can go on your little dream tangent adventure, but you wake up and you go back to being yourself. If you instead killed somebody and kept them in that dream of theirs, then you've killed them. So, to me, the concept of putting somebody with, like, splitting these people off into all of their, like, partially themselves dream selves seems pretty objectively evil. Like, that seems real fucked up. I need to find this. Okay. Or by date. Okay. ごめんなさい。Okay, yeah, here it is. Boom. So this is Minfilia at the end of Heavensward. This is a little bit of more than just as an ARR, but this really hard confirms a lot of stuff. So, she says here, she's talking to the Warriors of Darkness, who are, you know, the line right before this is something like, you like, now you would, like, you expect us to believe that you're gonna help after, you know, we lived and nobody answered our prayers. Like, we screamed up to the sky for salvation and nobody answered us. And what Minfilia says is, I'm sorry. Just as Zodiark cannot influence the world without the Ascians' intercession, so too, Hydaelyn cannot herself stop the flood of light. The English for this the fucking English for this is to like, just as the you know, the Ascians must execute Zodiark's will, or must serve the will of Zodiark, so too must others serve the will of Hydaelyn. Which, you know, the use of must there is making it seem like this is one of the lines that people would turn to in the English to say that we're tempered by Hydaelyn. Whereas the Japanese is explicitly saying neither Hydaelyn nor Zodiark are capable of influencing the world themselves. They just can't. There's something that means that they just are not capable of direct action. Which is pretty important. So that even just that line of saying Hydaelyn cannot stop the flood of light herself is pretty straight saying that you're not tempered. But there's a lot of other ones too. And also, in the English in that cutscene, Minfilia's name is changed to the voice of the mother, whereas in the Japanese, her name is still just Minfilia, which is another thing that people would go like, wow, Hydaelyn took away her identity, her sense of self, which does not exist. That is not real. She's still just called Minfilia. Which is, that's a pretty bad one to fuck up. It's a, you know, a little bit of an oopsie. So the question is, what are these people going to be split into or not split into as well, right? So restored people are awake. And they even use the term awaken. The Zodiark, like the Ascians use the term, we need to awaken people. Well, that's the thing, is that the Warrior of Light was never tempered, and Midgardsormr didn't take the blessing. Here, to throw it back in real quick, you can go back through the bit, but Midgardsormr doesn't actually ever take the blessing. He explicitly says that, like, Hydaelyn gave you the Blessing of Light, which is insane considering that the player character is already transcendent. The Echo is not a thing that exists. It's called Transcendence instead. The Echo is just a really bad translation. And he's giving you a test. Midgardsormr was explicitly giving you a test. Because he's saying that you coming to him means that Hydaelyn is asking him to help you. Asking for, you know, Midgardsormr to give you his blessing, his assistance. And so he seals the Blessing of Light and commands you to go out and break it yourself. To break the seal if you want to get the Blessing of Light back. And until then, he's going to keep watch of you to make sure that you don't do any horrible things like the people of Ishgard have. And that this is your test as a transcendent. He's explicitly non-antagonistic. It actually, like, makes sense. So, So Zodiark wants to put people back to their awake, real selves. Yeah, and specifically he says that he really, like, freaks out, saying that he thinks that it's insane that Hydaelyn would give you her blessing, considering the amount of power that you already have. And that he really kind of can't trust you with his blessing on top of that or anything like that. And so he needs to make sure that you're not going to go off and do anything fucking stupid. Or, you know, go kill a bunch of people for no good reason. So, real selves, and I'm going to assume, so this is in direct contradiction to what the English said. This is in direct contradiction to what the English says. The English has the Ascians say that people's souls have grown weak and wan from the rejoinings. The Japanese says the exact opposite. That the more people are rejoined, the more they're thrown through the ringer through these rejoinings, the more powerful they become. Right? That inherently, the more of yourself that you have, the more powerful you are. But then the question is, so what the fuck was the original world even? And also, let's also throw in a section here for the 12. So, the 12. The 12 are pretty much are not really listed as being that important in the Japanese. But, well, that's the thing. So that's the thing, Sully, is that I am 99% certain that the Echo is a remnant of 1.0 localization. Where whoever was doing the localization for 1.0 saw that the Echo was a thing or saw that koeru chikara, which is what it's always been. So it's the name for the player character's power has always been koeru chikara. They used a different kanji, which had a little bit of a different meaning, but the power has always been called koeru chikara, which should be translated to transcendence. The power to overcome, the power to surpass limits, barriers, you know, the power to exceed limitations. It's, you know, why you like limit break and shit. But when they saw what the power did in 1.0 and they went, oh, okay, it lets you see the past, let's call it the Echo. And then that just came back to bite them massively. It's why you've got lines from Ascians where they say hilarious shit. Just like really funny shit. Let me, where is the one? Where is the... Let me see if I can find the one of, like, let us show them the true power of the Echo. Yeah. So in the Japanese, here's one of the ones that's like, yeah, I suppose we have no choice then. Let us show them the real, and they say skaikata, like the real way to transcend. Or you could even say, like, what transcendence truly means. Koeru chikara. Like, let's show them what it truly means to transcend. In the English, it's, let us show these mortals the true powers of the Echo. The power to break down the barriers of existence. That doesn't make sense. Transcendence makes sense. Even if you only changed the Echo to transcendence, the line suddenly makes sense. It's just a bad translation that they should have gotten rid of. It's just not what the word means. It's literally a nonsense word. You could replace the Echo with anything, and it would just be the same. Because the Echo, the only thing that it even slightly lines up with is seeing the past, but that's like a tiny fraction of what the power actually means. And to be fair, I don't think they had all of the ideas for what Transcendence would entail back when they called it Koeru Chikara, but what they did is they said, okay, we need to have, like, you know, something new happen with Koeru Chikara. And then they just built off of it. They took the concept of Transcendence and built off of it in a logical progression. They said, okay, the player character can transcend X barrier. Well, why can they transcend? And what does that actually mean? And why are they even able to be transcendent? What's the difference between people who are transcendent and aren't? You know, they asked all of those questions, and that's how they built up the lore. But the Echo just kind of makes no sense. And so it leads to this weird situation where, since it's like this named proper thing that doesn't really have anything to do with anything, people just kind of assumed that it was from Hydaelyn. Because again, you know, like, there's tons of lines in the English where they say explicitly that it's from Hydaelyn. You know, Midgardsormr says that it's from Hydaelyn in the English. In the Japanese, he says it isn't. So, what the fuck? So, the 12... actually, here, before we do this, I need to do idols. So, for anybody who wasn't here, primal is also a very bad translation. What they're actually called is Bonshin. And Bonshin is foreign god, or, you know, a god that is not ours, god of a foreign land. In Japanese, it was used to refer to, like, you know, when Buddhism came over. You know, like, the Buddha is a foreign god. So a better translation for them, especially considering what the Empire and everybody else talks about them with, is idols. Idols. They are, yeah, idols or eidolon. You can go with either. I am totally fine with either. Icon. Icon does mean that, but then primal fucks it up. The problem is that if you have primal in the mix, then that primes people for what they actually think that it means. These are not primordial entities in any way, shape, or form. So these are constructs. These are constructs. So these are constructs of people's desires. The EN gives you the impression that the Eorzean groups mistook them for primordial entities and then realized there are later. Yeah, they don't. So they temper as preservation. Basically, the way that it's described is, especially within Bahamut, they say that in order to keep Bahamut manifested, there's two different terms that are also used for idols. We'll put that over here. Manifestation and summoning. It's described as a two-step process, where a idol is manifested. An idol being summoned is different than an idol being manifested. So they describe it as like, oh, you know, they've summoned Titan. Right? It sounds weird where they're like, oh, they've summoned Titan, but he's not here yet. Like, we have to stop him. Like, they've summoned him, but we need to stop him from being summoned. Well, that's because they've summoned him, but they haven't manifested him. And the difference is that summoning, as they describe it, is kamioroshi. And the term kamioroshi is used for, like, I'm gonna give you guys some, like, Shinto lore bullshit here. Basically, if you have, say, like, a festival where you have I actually participated in one of these when I lived in Japan. You've got, like, a shrine, like a portable shrine that you carry around. and you say that a entity has descended into the shrine. It's a suitable vessel for them. The entity now resides within the shrine. Kamioroshi. However, manifestation is the thing actually materializing, physically, which is shokan, which is different. And they say that in order for something to be manifested, you need to give it a shit ton of crystals. Like, that's the big thing to get it to actually materialize. Summoning it is just creating the image of the thing. You've formed what you want it to be. And so, in Bahamut, they describe having all of the dragons within Dalagab. It's called Dalagab, by the way, not Dalamud. That one you could just look at the name. I don't know why they changed it to Dalamud. It doesn't even make sense. But you've got all of the dragons, all of the tempered of Bahamut that are in Dalagab. And that's so that Bahamut can continue to exist. They describe it as, if there is nothing left that has a strong image or a desire for the entity to exist, it is no longer it's no longer summoned. Right? So things are tempered in order for the thing to maintain its form. It's a form of self-preservation. Because if nothing is left that knows what Bahamut is supposed to be, is supposed to act like, is supposed to look like, Bahamut ceases to exist. It doesn't necessarily refer to faith. It's because it's not like the, good King Mogulmog or Shiva are not believed in as deities. They just want them to exist. And Louisouix doesn't believe that Phoenix exists or anything like that. People just wanted something to save them, something immortal to come down and save them, and so the idea of the Phoenix gained root. Faith is not necessarily a necessary component. It can exist. There are things that are believed in as gods, but there are also things that are just believed in as useful entities. Just something like a protector. They don't need to be revered as a god. They just need to be something that people want to exist. Right? And to this extent, the 12 are obviously idols. Like, the 12 are very obviously idols. And Alfino and Alisei know this. They know this straight up. Louisouix says so, straight up, basically. So, the English having Alfino and Alisei constantly reference the 12 as though they're like their gods that they worship is insane. The 12 are very obviously idols. Gaius was right. Gaius was very, very right. And again, the issue that Gaius has with idols is not that they even that they temper people or anything like that, or that they aren't real. It's that they're destructive. Like, the very nature of summoning them is destructive. Like, here, let's what the Emperor, whose name I can't remember, and Gaius say is, if a idol is manifested or summoned, the damage is already done. The thing that they're trying to stop is summoning, to begin with, because summoning is what burns ether. In the English, you would be forgiven for thinking that their issue is that, the tempering or the destruction that they cause, but the actual issue that they mention in the Japanese is that summoning them burns ether. And so Gaius's motivation was to prevent summoning from being considered a viable option. He wanted to be so overwhelmingly powerful with the Ultima weapon that nobody would think that summoning was worth it. That summoning is just pointless. There is no reason to summon an idol. The Ultima weapon is just going to destroy it. Yeah, Varus. And Varus says the exact same thing. He says that the job of the Emperor is to prevent summonings. Not to kill idols once they're down, but to prevent them from being summoned to begin with. And so, the Empire aren't atheists. It's not like the issue is that, Eorzea worships the 12 and the Empire doesn't. The issue is that what they say and what Gaius says is that when people in Eorzea are pushed into a corner, they summon. You know, Louisouix summoned. The second that you're put into a situation that you can't win, you resort to this horrific, cataclysmic, apocalyptic event. Like, he refers to it as an extinction. He doesn't say that it leads to enervation and death. He says it leads to the end of all life. And so, explicitly, the Empire and Gaius's stated motivations are the Garlands are attempting metaphysical nuclear disarmament? Basically, yes. Every time that one of these summons goes off, it is the equivalent in the game to a nuke. Like, the ether that's burned, you can't get back. The areas that are affected by it are fucked. You know, if someplace dies out because of all the ether, you can't get it back to being okay. And so they see, you know, anytime the self-summon Dalmu, it's just, there's more ether gone. You know, the clock's ticking. Every time one of these summons happens, the clock's ticking a little bit faster. And so the Empire's way of dealing with it are Ifrit and Titan the same as the 12? So I would say that they're probably the same type of entity. But the important thing is that they're not... What they say, and what Hrosvelgar has said, is that these idols are simply a construct of whatever people's desires. They're figments of their imagination. So the Shiva that Ysel summons to begin with is not Shiva. It's not the real Shiva. It's Ysel's idea of Shiva, manifested and made real. It's just not the same thing. You can summon something that is called Shiva and acts in the way that you think Shiva should act, but it's not Shiva. There is no holy entity known as Shiva. The thing that's made is just a figment of your own imagination. It just operates in the way that you think it should. It's, you know, a puppet, basically, that just operates in whatever manner that it's expected of it. And then tempering is just the manner for which, you know, it keeps itself around. And this is a methodology that the Ascians are intentionally spreading specifically to attempt to burn ether. Have I played the Hildebrand questline? No, I have not. But, okay, then the 12. Like, what are the 12? My guess, considering the way that things have gone on, is that the 12 are... The 12 are people from before the Sundering. Something along those lines. Potentially, / I'm gonna go with, like, admins. You know, if we say that the world was split apart for some reason, then they would be involved with it, I would assume. Yeah, the primals run on collective expectation of the summoners. Exactly. It is said explicitly. Like, they kind of weasel with it with Hrosvelgar in the English, where he says, like, oh, such summoned entities are fake. You know, referring to the types that Shiva is mentioning. In the Japanese, he says, anything that you summon via the Ascian's methodology of summoning an idol is fake. It's not the real thing. So, the 12, clearly... Well, that's what I'm getting to. I think that, you know, whatever is pre-summon, you know, they probably, I would assume that they had a hand in the original Sundering. And so now their status as deities is just a result of collective memory. Like, whatever people imagine these things to be is just a result of some amount of leftover knowledge from whenever people were real. Right? I have no idea what they are other than that, but clearly they're not actual deities. Right? There are no such things. Very obviously, there is no such thing in this setting as gods. In that sense. Even Hydaelyn and Zodiark are most likely not gods of any kind. You know, in the sense of, like, things that can control any sort of world. Because they say explicitly that Hydaelyn and Zodiark can't control the world directly. Also, the music stopped. Oh, it gave me the, are you still watching? So, Hydaelyn and Zodiark cannot affect the world directly in any way, shape, or form. So, the question here as well for the rejoinings is, like, what happens when you get past 50%? You know, what happens when you get past 50%? I have absolutely no fucking idea. I would assume that something big happens. Right? Like, this seems pretty important that we're at the 7th out of 13 worlds being slammed back into the source. That seems pretty damn important. That this is a turning point of more real than not. Right? We're now more real than not. Or at least the world itself is more real than not. Which seems to be pretty fucking important and is probably the reason why the player character even shows up to begin with. Right? There seems to be a damn good reason why the player character shows up after the 7th. But it also means 7 out of 14 is exactly half. Meaning, if we've got Soul, I'm going to guess, considering that the player character doesn't actually know much of shit, let's throw WOL over here as well. I'm going to guess that we're 50% on the dot our real self. But that means that there's another 50% out there somewhere. I don't know if that's split up into one person or multiple people, but there's clearly, like, where the fuck is the rest of my soul, dude? I would like to know. That seems like it's probably pretty important. And the other thing that I'm going to throw in there is my best guess for what that might be has to do with the Warriors of Darkness. Like, if I had to fucking guess, they would go with a mini yin-yang thing where they've got, like, I don't know if it would be like all of the Warriors of Darkness are part of the player character. Maybe? I don't fucking know. This might just be complete bullshit. That's why there's a question mark there. I have no idea. That would be really weird. It would be really weird if that was the case. And so that's why I've got a question mark there. I'm not confident on that one. And I'm going to... It's funny how the Warrior of Darkness appearances are the same as the example characters in the original trailers. The Warriors of Darkness acronym is triggers some bad WoW memories. Yeah, like, that's the thing, is that La Habrea and the... Well, La Habrea is, again, considered to be one of the originals. Like, they mentioned that the originals are a thing in ARR, that La Habrea is a original, which is later translated to Unsundered. Like, Meaning that, you know, if the soul split thing is real, which obviously it is, then that means that La Habrea and what's his name? White robe guy, Elidibus, are both things that have never been sundered. They have never been split apart. They've always been their whole self. Warrior of Light are probably unrelated to being at the 50% mark. Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. Like, that's the same thing with, I'm not really sure why... I don't really know why Zodiark wants to get rid of Ether to begin with. Like, that's the bit that I don't quite understand, how that's, like, actually related to anything. Like, how is draining Ether via getting people to summon shit actually advancing any of Zodiark's goals? I don't really know. But my guess is, of course, that both Hydaelyn and Zodiark are attempting to prepare people to deal with whatever the fuck it is that split them up to begin with. Maybe they need a particular ether balance? Maybe. I don't know. And so when it comes down to the 12 themselves, to go back to the... If you ask what ether is, you'll get your answer. Yeah, that's the thing. Well, I mean, ether, I was thinking, is the product of something else being split apart. Unless they're saying, like, is burning ether the same as, like, annihilation? Wait a second. Hold up. Does burning ether via the summonings lead to, like, put it back into its original form? Like dark matter or whatever? I have no idea what it would be. But they've described ether as working on some sort of wavelength, right? They've described it as being pretty close to some form of here, let me actually throw in electromagnetic. So, electromagnetic spectrum. Yeah, laws of energy. Like, they've described ether as working on wavelengths. In the same way that you would describe, you know, different types of light. Right? You know, you got, like, you know, radiation, radio waves, visible light, etc. All operates on wavelengths, you know, on the electromagnetic spectrum. And so, my thought process would be that light and dark ether as we know it is effectively, you know, like a... Here, I can actually just draw. You know, you got like... You know, it just is a... Like, you know, you basically put it through a prism. Right? You've got whatever ether is made of on one side... I'm just picking random colors, and what comes out on the other side is, well, actually, you don't want 3, it would just be 2. You've just got, you know, light and dark. That's basically my operating assumption, and whatever this is whatever, like, prime... Well, I wouldn't even call it prime ether, I would call it, like... Is that a Pink Floyd reference? Yes. Right? So whatever this is, you know, this original wavelength is, whatever this thing, this energy source is, that eventually turns into light and dark ether, is some other third thing. Right? And so then... The only way that would make sense to me is if somehow burning ether via the idle summonings returns this whole ether slurry back to the original source. Right? So, if you need the various worlds to be, like, basically stable in order to be fused back together, then it would make sense why you would need to drain them of energy, right? It'd be the same as saying, like, if you've got, like, a bunch of pieces of wood that you're trying to join together, you need to get all the water out of them, right? Before you can glue them together. You have to draw, like, well, there's probably a better analogy, but you have to draw the energy out of the system in order to then be able to fuse them again. That would make sense. If that's the situation, is that we need to drain the system of energy in order to be able to refuse things again, that would make sense. And it would also make a bit of sense as to why you need to do the rejoinings, like, piece by piece, because it would mean that if you get too much energy in the system, you could potentially fuck the whole thing up. So if their process is slam a bunch of energy back into the source, wait for it to cool down, burn it all through a bunch of summonings, and then slam more energy and burn it all through a bunch of summonings, it's like tempering eggs or something, right? Where you have to add in a little bit of hot water at a time. You can't just put in all of it all at once. Or like tempering like a custard. You got like hot milk. That would be the only way that this system makes sense to me. There was another cutscene. Sources too much ether and needs to be drained out to put in the other missing parts. That's my working theory, pretty much, I would guess. Like, that's the only thing that I could think of that really makes sense as to why Zodiac would want to drain everything of ether. Because ether is clearly, like, it's slightly different than just light and dark. Right? And then whatever this bigger threat is something that I have absolutely no idea. If I was going to be going completely off the deep end and just straight up into my own bullshit, right? This is what I would do, because this is the sort of story I like. I would have the bigger threat be, entropy. The bigger threat is a total heat death of the universe. And so you gotta split things apart to try and find a solution, right? Through all of this stuff, you find a solution to entropy. No idea. What's entropy? The tendency for things to become more disordered. As in, heat death of the universe. Is there another name for entropy? Are you guys kind of leading me on to something here? I mean, chaos. But yeah, and Ian Cole's lore, Louisouix released his hold on the ether used to summon Phoenix so it could be returned to the land, and why was able to heal it to some extent, despite being destroyed by hot bombs minutes prior. Yeah, well, that was like, yeah, he resisted becoming a actual entity. The Ascians see this whole reality is out of balance and broken and needs to be restored to order. It needs to be restored to whatever its original state was. Currently, it's fucked up and broken, and it needs to be fixed. So entropy, as like a quick concept, right? If, like, the classic example is, like, say you had a bunch of bricks stacked together, right? And they fall off of a truck. They're never going to, through the process of falling, of randomness occurring to them, they aren't going to suddenly put themselves back into order, right? All systems tend towards disorder. Energy in a system tends towards burning itself out and then leading to stillness, right? The energy within the universe will eventually dissipate and spread out so far that all movement ceases. Energy burns itself out. Things tend towards being more disordered than ordered. And so, in terms of metaphysical, esoteric bullshit, it's the concept that even the universe itself will eventually just die. Right? The heat death of the universe will occur, all movement will stop, there'll be no more available energy for anything to happen, and then the universe dies. And then at a certain point, depending on the theories, then everything kind of like recoalesces into a singular point, and then Big Bang happens again, blah, blah, blah. And so, if I was the one doing this, I would have this, whatever they're trying to deal with is some form of general esoteric threat to existence as a whole. I have no idea what the actual bigger threat is. But clearly, Hydaelyn and Zodiark are both trying to deal with something. It's not like they're dealing with each other, right? It's not like the thing that they're fighting against is each other. That's very clearly just not the bit. It's that they both have some sort of, similar goal, but are trying to do it in different ways that are, diametrically opposed. Just fundamentally opposed. The big thing, though, is them saying that your soul has grown weak and wan via the rejoinings completely fucks up the priming that they're going for the rest of the story. It just doesn't make any sense. The entropy of Tatara's wallet at the Ishgard bar. Well, that's the thing, though. She keeps spending, but somehow there's always more money. Tataru is the true god of this world. There's something else that I'm forgetting. Oh, yeah. So it's Shitotaru Mono is the big one. Oh, yeah. Man, I should have said this earlier, but basically the whole meme here with people becoming their real selves and the whole thing of Shitotaru Mono that which can be called human. This not being translated really just totally fucks the entire game. This not being translated means the rest of the game basically doesn't make sense. Where is... Here, let me see if I can find the cutscene. Let me see if I can find the cutscene. This is a... Paste. Yeah, it's, what's the cutscene where, Eldibus is talking to La Habrea? They say greater haste may be warranted. Oh wait, I can find the quote and then just Google it. Before the dawn. Before the dawn. Oh, it's just the last cutscene of the game. Here. Yeah, it's the post-credit scene. I believe it's this one? I think it's the 5th out of 6? Yeah, it's this. It's this. This is really funny. Yeah, so this is... So then, Naprialis has been erased, has been destroyed. The importance here is the Kesareta is he is gone. He's a fool. This is what happens to those who attempt to force an ardor, a rejoining.
しかし、人も面倒な小細工を思いついたものだ。不滅なるものを滅するなどと。
Yeah. However, though, humans have devised a rather problematic trick, to destroy that which should be immortal.
人たるものへの進化が急がれよう。
人たるものへの進化が急がれよう。So, again, we must accelerate their evolution into true humanity, or accelerate their evolution to that which can be called human. Right? This is a really, really, really important line. And that's why this is so fucking important. This turn of phrase. Hitotaru mono. That which can be called human, true humanity. The saying that they need to be evolved or progressed into humanity means that they currently aren't. And so, this line is really important. And you know what they do it in, you know what they do with it in English? This line is, mayhap he was not wholly mistaken, greater haste may be warranted. Greater haste in what, Koji Fox? Greater haste of what? Localizers? He explains what they're trying to do. He says that they need to accelerate their evolution into that which can be called human, into true humanity, into completed humanity. The English, they just get rid of it. They just get rid of the phrase. And again, it's in brackets. It is a thing in quotes, clearly being indicated as being critically important, and they just get rid of it.
無論、理解している。すでに、その準備も整いつつあるのだ。
No, that's the thing, Kinsuke. That's the thing. I started doing this translation project as a way to brush up on my very, very rusty Japanese. You don't even need to be very good at Japanese to see how wrong this is, because it's just stuff that's gone. It's not even a matter of things like, interpreting things incorrectly in one way or the other. The line's just gone. Like, there's no argument to be made for that being like a proper localization or anything. The line is just gone. You can't just take something and get rid of it. Honestly. But the thing is that they shouldn't... I think it is very likely that most of the people on the team are technically better at Japanese comprehension than me. I think it is very likely. I think that they just don't give a shit. And they just went, I don't like it, I want to change it. They just did not care about preserving meaning whatsoever. They just didn't give a shit. There's no other way that you can describe just not translating what is clearly... Like, Shitotaru Mono had been said over and over and over at this point. Like, this is like the third or fourth time, maybe the fifth, that it's shown up and just not been translated. Like, that has to be intentional at that point. You can't do that on accident. You can't just not translate one line 5 times in a row. Yeah, the only time they do eventually translate these things is when they're given no other option. Yeah, like, I'm assuming that the first time that this concept will show up in the English, I think somebody told me that the first time it shows up in the English is when Emmett Selk breaks down the entire plot for you. I'm assuming that that's the first time that actually happens in the English. And I know who Emmett Selk is because I have seen the memes. He is such a bad bitch. I am so excited to meet him. I can already tell he's going to be my favorite character. He is such a bitch. Such a smug asshole. Big fan of that archetype. He's a bastard, I love him. Yeah, this music doesn't fit at all. With my limited Japanese understanding, I listened to some of his lines. Oh no. Oh no. His voice is incredible. Oh, okay, I thought you were gonna say, like, I have seen some of his voice lines. A couple of them, like, just to see his delivery, and it's such... Oh, it's great. But it's like, yeah, of course I understand. You know, we've already made the preparations. Like, we're making the preparations. And so here, La Habrea is saying, like, yeah, we're preparing to turn these, like, to turn these people, these unawakened ones, into true humanity. It's also why they talk about... Yeah, the next chaos will be in the north. It's also why they say that the, you know, when Elidibus describes his goals to you and explains, you know, why he's not hostile, he says that you haven't truly accepted the totality of what Transcendence means. Right? He doesn't say, like, you haven't mastered the gift. He refers to it as Transcendence. It's very much divorced from Hydaelyn. And they, like, in the English, they talk about, like, La Habrea despising the gift, which isn't a thing. He's just talking about, like, the English constantly conflates Transcendence and the Blessing of Light, when the Japanese keeps them separate. They're two different things. Hydaelyn's power given to you is the Blessing of Light. What you are is Transcendent. These are two different concepts. But Elidibus describes it as, like, you know, you need to accept the totality of what Transcendence actually means, and at the point that you do so, you'll understand that we're not your enemies. Like, once you understand what Transcendence actually means, you're going to agree with us. The song I'm listening to is boss music. How is this boss music? I'm gonna skip forward because this is very distracting.
そして人と神との関係は新たな段階へと移るのだ。
Yeah, okay, so the land is in the midst of a long war, you know, of a like eternal war. Therefore, it's the perfect nursery, the perfect bed for chaos to bloom. And the relationship between man and gods will move to a new phase. Yeah, I skipped it. So that line is also really interesting, saying that the relationship or the connection between man and gods will progress to a new phase. The English says, "The earth is fertile and the seeds well sown. By my will they shall reap salvation unlike any the world has known." Why is he talking in rhymes? Suddenly? Why is English La Habrea suddenly talking in rhymes? Fiddle-dee-dum, fiddle-dee-dee, Zodiac says, "Down with thee." What is that bullshit? And here is a very critical line for who the Ascians are and what their relationship with Zodiac is. Because he says the important thing, the thing that you must not forget. Right? He says your victory is one thing, right? Your strategy and your cunning is all well and good, but don't forget that the will of Zodiac is what matters. You know, he's yelling at him basically. He's telling La Habrea, "Hey, stay in your fucking lane, buddy. Like, you can go off and do your little bullshit here, but don't forget who you're supposed to be, you know, serving." The English just says, "by his will," in italics. Whereas Elidibus here is explicitly saying that it seems as though the Ascians are capable of explicitly disobeying the will of Zodiark. Elidibus is saying, hey, don't go off and do your own shit without, like, you know, the Zodiark's permission, or without, like, listening to what it is that Zodiark is commanding us to do.
もちろんだと思う。
And then, yeah, and then Lahabra says, yes, of course. You know, he's, like, kind of ... Like, yes, of course. You know, kind of, And they represented that with ... by his will. That doesn't actually convey at all the sheer level of independence that the Ascians are clearly operating under. Like, and they explain it in the Japanese with that, you know, with that later thing in Heavensward, that the Ascians are clearly just given power by Zodiark and operate autonomously. Like, they explain that with Hydaelyn as well, that Hydaelyn and Zodiark just kind of give people blessings, but then can't really decide what they do with them. Right? So actually, let's jump back here. So Hydaelyn and Zodiark. Let's do over here. Just give. Well, let's go with power. Can't control followers. Like, they go... This hard confirms that. Like, Zodiark is clearly not able to control the Ascians. The Ascians are not under his command. They're supposed to be following him. You know, they're supposed to be doing what he's commanding, but clearly some of them just go off the fucking deep end. And then, of course, the big thing of, oh fuck, Urianger is working with the Ascians. The big cliffhanger.
闇の使徒からの招待を受けようとは、あなたの要件を伺いましょう。
It's like, yeah, and this is, yeah, I had never imagined I would accept an invitation from an apostle of darkness. Yeah, yeah, speak your business. Like, tell me what it is that you want. Yeah, he says, yeah, it's about the fate of this world. He doesn't say, I would speak of fate, Archon, yours, mine, the fate of this very star. He says it's about the fate of the world. There's a difference there. Restricting it actually matters. Restricting the scope there actually matters. Ooh, I forgot that this was a thing. But, here. This is another great example of them just really fucking with the game for no good reason. Yeah, Elidibus visiting him makes sense. Elidibus makes it very clear that he's not hostile. And he also introduces himself as an arbitrator, not as an emissary. He says he's here to effectively broker peace. He's here to convince you that we don't need to fight. God, what a sick-ass line. 一族の怨念が渦巻く不条の大地. Yeah. He says, yeah, before you is Ishgard, the unholy or the unclean land like the seat of my kind's grudge, of my kind's hatred.
やはり忌むべきは人の差がそうは思わぬかハイデリンの使徒よ
Yeah, he says, yeah, truly, you know, human nature is truly abominable. Don't you think, disciple of Hydaelyn? The English is, he he he, thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond? Delusion, despair, death, thou shalt find naught else here. What? No, he's describing the place that you're going to in the next expansion as setting up, it's about human nature, like the, you know, the evil within man, and that Ishgard is the you know, the center point of the hatred of the dragons. So he's actually, you know, like setting up the expansion for Heavensward. You know? Not just kind of going like, haha, fuck you, I took the blessing, fuck you, buddy. Okay. So, to wrap it up, more or less, really, it does mostly just come down to the whole soul split thing. Like, the soul split thing is the biggest bit in the entire game. Like, that's clearly just the story that they're going to do going forward. Yeah, human nature is an abomination. We just ran away from the old shenanigans. And then there's a ton of stuff that I didn't even go through with the Empire. Because I started realizing that if I was going to go through all of the characters in the Blood of the Coming Dawn and all of that, that it would just, that would be like ridiculously long, and it doesn't really matter for the overarching, like, lore. You know, the story and the stuff that happens far more closely follows the sages. You know, the sages of Sharlayan, who, they're called sages, by the way, not scions. They're the sages of Sharlayan, and it's two different categories, where the people in the Dawn who are sages of Sharlayan are called sages. But I realized that if I went through everything, including like just like a step-by-step of all of the stuff that happens in ARR, that this would take forever. And going through all of the Ascian stuff really is already insane. But you can see how it's really, really hard to talk about the story of the game, because how much of this is even in the game in English? Barely any of it. And you've got tons of it that directly contradicts what's in the Japanese. Like, everything with Transcendence is directly contradicted. Everything with the Blessing of Light is directly contradicted. Louisouix talking about the 12 and all of the idols is contradicted by Alphino and Alice still worshipping the 12, apparently? Right? Midgardsormr doesn't explain anything. You know, none of this information is present in the English. And so if you try and talk about the story of the game and what people should have known and, you know, what the, you know, what, like, theory crafting and predictions about where the story was going should have reasonably been, you gotta go through an insane amount of bullshit. You know, you have to break apart, like, half of the established lore of the game because it's just fucked up. Some people interpret the Science Talk of the 12 late game as the equivalent of people in the habit of saying, God damn it. See, that's the thing. That is a legitimate thing, Kinsuke. Like, in English, when you do a swear, it's far more common to have something like, God damn it, or, you know, some level of that. Like, swear to God, Jesus fucking Christ. Things along those lines. Those are very common. However, if you're translating for a different game with a different setting, you can't just add that in because you want to keep the concept in English. That changes things. keeping that in, keeping in that concept of invoking some sort of believed-in deity as part of a swear, that changes the way that the setting works. If people are going around saying Thal's balls, then that means that people know who Thal is. If people are saying, like, 12 willing, I'll be alright, or, you know, thank the 12 you're okay, then that implies some amount of reverence, some amount of prayer, where that just doesn't exist in this setting. Anywhere near to that extent. Alphino never fucking says, like, oh, thank the 12 you're okay, or the 12 were truly kind in delivering you back to me. He never says shit like that. He just says, like, I'm so glad you're okay. Or he'll say something along the lines of, I'm so sorry, I sent you off to die. Like, I didn't think that it would go this way, I'm sorry. You know, there's tons of cutscenes where characters just kind of casually talk shit to you and say, like, you know, you're not allowed to die, you're too damn useful, or, oh, I'm glad you didn't die, that would have, you know, it's, thank you for not dying, you saved me the trouble of finding a new champion. Which, none of that shit exists. So, like, not only is the lore just completely disordered, and I'm not even going to attempt to say that I ordered it out, this is completely just, you know, insane ramblings, but the characters don't make sense. Yeah, Estinian bullies Alphinaud, but in like a, you know, older brother sort of way. Oh, fuck, that's the last one, because these two characters do matter. This is set up for Heavensward, so let's set up Ysael, and how the fuck do you spell Estinian? E-S-T-I-E-N. So, Ysael is the ice priestess. In the English, she basically, like, yells at you a lot. In the Japanese, she pleads. Like, it's like, well, this is like begs you to listen. And there's like one of the fucking coolest literary moments where she works in hear, feel, think into 3 separate statements. When she talks to you, she's incredibly kind. Yo, what up, dude? So this is, you sort of came in at the end here. I highly recommend the first, like, you know, 45 minutes of the archive is me just kind of figuring out the format doing here, but there's a whole lot of info. So in the English, Ysael is like really, really bitchy. She kind of like is constantly lecturing you, saying that, you know, her cause is just. What she's actually doing is desperately trying to convince you that Ishgard started the war. She at no point lectures you. You know, in the English, I think she says something like, mine is the righteous cause. In fact, here, like, I can actually just chuck that up real quick, because it's actually a fairly short cutscene. It's a fairly short cutscene, but it really does, it is a real big deal for, it's a real big deal for who the character is. It's this one. And she does become very important for Heavensward. You know, she's incredibly important for Heavensward. And look at her body language, right? you can just look at her body language to know.
聖女シバの力をもってしても、人々の希望は乗り越えられぬというのか。
So, here, 1 second. I really need to go to the bathroom. Like, time me. It's gonna be like 30 seconds. One second, I'm sorry. I've had to pee for the last, like, 2 hours. I thought I could finish out the stream, but I couldn't. Time me. Not on world record pace. Oof. Yeah, that wasn't my best run. So, what she says here is, in the English, this line is translated to fool. Blind, bloody fool. I'm serious. What she says is, like, art... You know, like, art... Is it impossible to overcome... 人々の希望は乗り越えられぬ. Yeah, is it impossible to overcome, like, achieve the hope of people, even with the, well, the hope of mankind? I'm assuming she's talking about, you know, like, people instead of the dragons. This is actually a pretty difficult line. But, you know, is this, you know, insurmountable even with Shiva's power? She's not talking to you, she's talking to herself. Yeah. What she's saying here again is, Warrior of Light, please listen to me. Right? She's begging you. She's saying, please listen to me. You can hear her voice the voice acting. She isn't like lecturing you at all. She's saying, 聞いてほしい. Please, listen to me.
イシュガルドの民とドラゴン族との果てなき戦い。これは人が犯した罪の因果によるもの。それを今こそ。
Yeah, I'm fairly certain it's that, Eagle. But here she directly explains what the deal is. She says the endless war between the people of Ishgard and the dragons is the result of the sins of man. Or is the result of, like, the crime of man. They're referring to a singular moment. Like a singular betrayal, a singular atrocity. Right? This is the effect of the crime of humanity. And that's why this cycle must be stopped. Yeah, the English just doesn't tell you that it doesn't have her explain to you that that Ishgard started it. They just leave that part out.
この戦いはいつから続いているのか。その発端は何なのか。
Yeah, how long will this fight continue, and what was its beginning?
イシュガルドの民の誰もがその因果を知らぬまま夢幻のごとき戦いに
夢幻。
彼らにとって信仰であり生き方そのものだから。
This music doesn't fit at all. Let's mute the music for a second. It is kind of underlining this. Yeah, she says each and every citizen of Ishgard, without knowing why they fight, hurls themselves into battle in a dreamlike trance. To them, this war is their religion. It's their very way of life. She's saying that this, and again, she's saying that the religion of Ishgard is fighting. It isn't, she's not talking about Halone, she's talking about the concept of fighting the dragons itself is their religion. You compare this to the English, and she just seems like she's lecturing you.
この戦いは凍てつく大地が見せる氷結の幻想などではない。人が罪を重ねて隠してきたまごうことなき真実。
Yeah. However, this war isn't some illusion brought on through the ice, like some sort of mirage of the ice. It's a undeniable truth that this was brought about by the 重ねて隠してきた. Yeah, that this was brought about by these like men piling up their, like, hiding their accumulated sins.
あなたなら聞くことができる。
This is the cool part.
始まりを知る源流からこ
So,
の戦いの真相を。
あなたなら聞くことができる. I believe you'll be able to hear. Yeah, go to the Tower of the Silence. Go to the Tower of Silence and hear from the Phantom Dragon himself, who knows the truth of the beginning of its origin. There's definitely, like, that's an awkward line to transliterate, but you kind of get the idea. She's saying, go see Midgardsormr. He knows the beginning. Oh, he knows how this all started.
あなたなら感じることができる。
あなたなら感じることができる。
真理を。
Well, that's the thing, is that she's not a zealot in the Japanese at all. She's trying to reason with you. She's saying that she truly believes that this is the way to end this cycle of violence. She's not even remotely close to a zealot. And she says, I believe that you can feel the truth behind this matter. The truth, really, this is like the truth of this world. I believe you can feel the truth of this world. Notice, she said, I believe you can hear. Like, you can hear the truth from Midgardsormr. You can feel the truth of this world.
そして あなたに考えてほしい。真実とは何かを。
And I want you to think about what the truth really is. So she said, hear, feel, think. You can hear, you can feel. I want you to think. Please think. She did a hear, feel, think, working them into different lines. So as you go off, you go, hey, wait a second. Hear, feel, think. Oh shit. That's the thing Hydaelyn says. That is not difficult to work into the English. And in fact, it's so fucking cool that you should work it into the English. This whole conversation in the English, though, is... Fool, blind bloody fool, you of all people should understand the suffering war begets, that no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand, a pawn of liars and schemers, and they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why, trapped in a delusion of their own creation and blind to the truth. Warrior of light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the keeper of the lake, see with eyes unclouded. Do not squander mother's gift, hear, feel, think. She just says hear, feel, think at the end. Instead of working it in naturally. And this whole thing she's trying to convince you. She's trying to gently convince you. She's saying, please listen to me. This whole thing, the tone in the Japanese has never been lecturing. She's been trying to convince you. She's saying, please listen to me. Just hear me out. Right? Ishgard are the ones in the wrong. This is their fault. We need to stop it. Please. And then she drops, the hear, feel, think. So to lead into that, to give her some credence, to say like, hey, I'm on your side. And then the ending... If you are truly transcendent, you should be able to do it. Yeah, I was planning on posting them. Yeah, I'm gonna post them on, Twitter. So, again, this is another situation. We're calling it the echo fucks it up. She's saying that you're transcendent. For a yeah, and she's saying, that Ysilla is transcendent, yes. Which is different than being, a pawn of Hydaelyn or something like that. She just is transcendent. And, she's saying, I believe... The reason why she's saying, I believe you can hear. I believe you can feel. I want you to think... Is she saying, hey, if you're transcendent, you'll be able to understand Midgardsormr. You can go talk to him. If you're transcendent, you should be able to divine, to feel what the truth of the matter is. And what I want you to do is to think about it. Is to think about what that truth really means. And then she drops that she knows what transcendence is, and that she's very heavily implying that she is too. And then as she's walking away... The rest is up to you. And she says, Anata jishinde. All that's left is for you, on your own, for yourself. Hear, feel, think. Anata jishinde is a really important bit there. She's saying, for yourself. Don't let anybody else do it for you. On your own, go, hear, feel, think. Where did they get this hostility from? Why? Genuinely, nothing she says comes across as hostile in any way, shape, or form. But they... what? They just made her hostile for no reason. Oh, fuck, I forgot about this. Wait, this is a really important one. Wait, this is a really fucking important one. Oh, this is the thing that I was forgetting. I'm glad that I did this. This one is really fucking important. I forgot about this entirely. Oh shit, I forgot about this. Hold up. Wait, I forgot about this. This needs to go back under the Ascian stuff. In this layer. This is a real important one. I can't believe I forgot about this. So, what this is, like a transcendent has been possessed by a god. I see, a transcendent has been possessed by a god. And then it's like, huh. Seems like everything's turning out okay. Right? I guess we could say this is, a good result for us. Really what he's saying is like, that's a good piece of info. Nice. So, I saw this line, and immediately thought, the first thing that I thought is, oh shit, the Ascians are gonna do that with Zodiark. Right? So, Ascians to Zodiark, someone's going to willingly allow Zodiark to possess them. In order to bypass the thing of neither of them really being able to do anything. Like, this is a direct foreshadowing for that happening, if that indeed happens. Like, he's saying, like, oh shit. So it turns out, like, a transcendent can get possessed by a god. And the turn of phrase there is HOURS, which specifically is, like, it's possession, but not necessarily permanent. They use the same term to refer to, what's his face? Lahabrea possessing Thancred. It's the same word, HOURS. Incarnation, I guess. It's the same term that was used for Lahabrea possessing Thancred. You know, to have something else reside within you and take over control. And in this case, the reason why they're saying that it's interesting is that it's somebody who is transcendent is allowing this to happen. Yeah, kind of like being a medium, like channeling. Yes, exactly. And that's real important. That's a real fucking important line in the game. What they translated it to was, and so the vessel withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, Lahabrea will be pleased. How unfortunate. So the thing about Zodiark here, it's unfortunate that things are playing out as Lahabrea desired. But this is Zodiark's commandment. Oh, sorry. Yeah, he said it's unfortunate that these things are playing out as Lahabrea desired. But it is Zodiark's commandment. And so, you see these two lines together, of saying, oh, a transcendent being possessed by a god, and then it's Zodiark's will? Like, it's Zodiark's command? Like, whatever the way that things are currently playing out? It's not that hard of a read to go, oh shit, they're gonna do the same thing with Zodiark. which I believe is also something that doesn't show up until at least Shadowbringers, right? Well, he says omowaku, not keikaku. It's the difference is like it's saying that it's playing out as Lahabrea predicted. Endwalker? Oh yeah, that's an Endwalker thing that isn't foreshadowed in the English? Yeah, it's foreshadowed here. That Zodiark is going to possess some willing channeler in order to accomplish some sort of outcome. Which, considering that they build up upon it of saying, like, you know, they need the Ascians, Hydaelyn and Zodiark need the Ascians to accomplish anything directly, like, the concept of possession in this case is basically a way around that restriction. If Zodiark or Hydaelyn were able to possess somebody directly who was capable of entering one of these 14 worlds, or, you know, the source or whatever, then they would be able to operate directly within the world and just do the thing that they're trying to do. As to why they haven't done that just yet, I would assume that you probably need to have somebody be, like, you know, very, very well set up in order to be able to do that. Otherwise, they'd probably just fucking die. You know, like, all of the ether of Zodiark, all of Zodiark's soul getting shoved into your body would probably just make you fucking explode or something. Other than that, I don't know why they wouldn't just do it immediately. Yeah, and he's just saying, like, let's see how things play out for now. So, that bit is pretty fucking clear. Pretty strong foreshadowing that this is going to happen. They wouldn't mention this if it wasn't going to happen. It would just be a total, like, you know, Chekhov's gun if they didn't have this happen after saying, like, haha, ooh, Transcendent is being possessed by a god. Ooh, Lahabrea was talking about that. Like, that wouldn't make any goddamn sense if that didn't happen. Okay, what else was there? Was there anything else about the Ascians to talk about? I think there was something else. Like, I still feel like I'm forgetting something. Ah, shit. I do still feel like I'm forgetting something. Zodiark wants to restore them. People need to be stronger. Hydaelyn heel turn. Dreaming awake. The thing is that I'm sure that enough of this is wrong that it's pretty obvious that I haven't played Shadowbringers or Endwalker. Like, I'm sure tons of this is just wrong. Yeah, like, the Ascians in English, they don't say anything of importance. You know, like, that whole thing in Totorock, where they talk about, where Lahabrea talks about his motivations, about who Hydaelyn is, who they are, who Zodiark is, what they're trying to do. All of that's replaced with, like, literally, like, a Saturday morning cartoon villain monologue of saying, like, ah, yes, the story of the Warrior of Light is one that is told to the children of Eorzea before bedtime. But now the night is coming, Warrior of Light. Like, all of the important shit that he was talking about is just replaced with, like, a kind of nonsensical rant. Oh, yeah, so the last thing that I wanted to talk about is the concept of people's souls, right? I really have no idea what the fuck is going to happen. Like, what does happen if you have two people who are the same person in the same world? Like, does that actually lead to problems? Can they both exist simultaneously, and that's fine? And, like, let's say that you had two people. Like, you had these two little stick figure people, right? In the same world, and you killed both of them. And then their ether goes off into the ether world, right? Do they actually fuse back together, or does it turn into two people? Like, do they reincarnate back into two people? I would imagine that they fuse together, which would mean, like, considering what they had been talking about, where ether, like, individual people have individual etheric signatures, effectively DNA, that, like, when people go into a... That's the thing that I was going to talk about. Okay. So you've got people have the same etheric signature. Okay, so let's do. So ether world. This is the last one. So the etheric world, I think, is not intentional. The concept of people turning into ether when they die and then refusing is accidental. People's ether is trying to fuse, or soul's ether. Are trying to rejoin, but can't. My handwriting has gotten progressively worse. So I think that the whole concept, probably, of like mirror worlds to each of the shard worlds, where, you know, like people's souls go to the ether world when they die, I think that's more than likely their souls are trying to leave the world and rejoin with like the main world, or rejoin with the other parts of themselves that are missing but can't, and then they get stuck. And then eventually that just kind of recycles back down, and they just kind of go back into the main world again, basically mostly on accident. Right? So, considering that people's, like, they've already established that people's souls and people's selves have different, like, etheric signatures. You know, different frequencies. You can identify somebody's ether just by looking at it. You know, you can tell, like, oh, this is so-and-so's ether. If you just have somebody's soul in front of you, you can tell whose it is. Everybody's ether is unique. Meaning that if these two people were to die and go into the ether world simultaneously, they would probably just refuse into however many parts of them are in that specific pool would just refuse. Which is probably also, you know, part of the reason why the rejoinings are even happening in the first place, is to facilitate that happening. Just got on, the first thing I see is an Always Sunny looking conspiracy lore board. I mean, this is basically the end of the stream. But I do not think that the whole ether world and cycle of reincarnation is how things are supposed to be, based on what they've said in the setting. I think that this is a byproduct of the world splitting apart. And probably also a byproduct of the whole world splitting apart into two different parts of ether. You've got light and dark. Which would mean, potentially, that, like, each world has a light and dark reflection among of itself, and whichever side is dominant is the physical world, and whichever side is subdominant is the etheric? Maybe? I don't fucking know. There isn't really enough information to go off of for stuff like that. But you can see that there's places to go with this. And really, most of this insane extrapolation is just the result of thinking, like, hey, what if people's souls got split apart? But I mean, once they start saying originals and all that stuff, there's not many other places you can go. I should do another one of these after Stormblood. I was thinking I would do another one of these. The way I was thinking of doing these is doing these after I finish the full expansion for each expansion. Maybe like one or two, but any further ones after this are going to be significantly shorter. Because this one I have to set up all of the shit about Transcendence and koeru chikara hitotaru mono, like that which is not human. Like, most of this really is just setup. Also, you know, Gaius was right. This is the most important one. This really is the most important thing. I fucking love Gaius. I just absolutely adore Gaius. He's probably my favorite character. Oh yeah, people aren't real. Yeah. Honestly, I really do think that that's mostly it. I think the Midgardsormr bit is very much not fleshed out. I could definitely add more to this. Here, let's just put off of this just to be very explicit. Is testing you not hostile? Have I thought about putting the other videos of summaries of the missing or mistranslated lines? Boy, howdy have I! But I was thinking I could probably get through this in like 4 hours, and it's been 6. I might try and make a video of this, like, all cut down into, like, I don't know, maybe 2-hour video or something along those lines. I don't know if I can. That would be kind of insane to do. Fuck. But it's very difficult because there is so much stuff. And for any of them, if you start talking about the concepts, you run into so many terms that are just so wrong that it becomes incomprehensible. Like if I'm saying like, okay, so, you know, Yssail is transcendent, so that means when people are going to go, wait, what the hell do you mean by transcendent? You know, and then you have to go, okay, well, it's, you know, the Echo is bad translation, it's Koeru Chikara, let me explain Koeru Chikara, and then, okay, transcendence. You know, you know, if you want to talk about the Empire, then you have to go, okay, well, Gaius wasn't actually trying to take over Eorzea because he wants to conquer it, it's actually for this completely different reason, and, like, there's so, unlike a lot of other games, there's a lot of games where you could just talk about individually incorrectly translated lines. You know, like if you're talking about Elden Ring, you can talk about the you know, some of the endings being mistranslated and things like that, and they kind of work in isolation. You can make an infographic to refer to people to. I could make like a glossary. Like a glossary or an infographic, yeah. But, you know, you can just kind of correctly translate something from Elden Ring and people still know what you're talking about. If you attempt to do a correct translation of any of the Final Fantasy XIV things, it becomes incomprehensible, because all of the foundation that pretty much the entire game is built on rewritten bullshit. You know, you can't talk about the Ascians without bringing up, you know, like this phrase, Shitotaru Mono, is literally just not translated. It's like, how do you even talk about that to somebody when you say like, and, you know, of course, you know, Elidibus was saying that people need to be, you know, evolved into true completed humanity. And they would go, what are you talking about? What do you mean? What's true humanity? What's like a completed human? Like, it's so difficult to actually compile into something concise. Somebody could definitely do it, and I'm gonna try, but I think that's something that I would try after a break in, you know, the expansions, or after I finish the MSQ. Maybe? Is the time to do that? I could potentially, I do have access to a couple of editors that I could hit up and try and commission, you know, breaking this down into something more palatable. But really, this stream and this stream series, you know, both the playing through the MSQ and the whole reason why I went through and wanted to do this and all of the theory crafting is to have an idea of, you know, what would somebody who doesn't know the whole story, you know, what was the information that was available at this time? You know, so you can compare that to what were people, you know, theory crafting about at this time in the English. And honestly, like, man, it makes me sad, honestly. Like, it actually makes me sad. Because you look at people from, you know, 6 or 7 years ago who put their heart and, you know, their heart and fucking soul into making videos and, you know, gigantic forum posts of lore breakdowns and really scouring the text trying to figure out where the story was going. And they clearly had a ton of passion and a ton of love for the game. And all of the things that they're basing their theories on, their lore on, is bullshit. Like, they don't know that they're just being straight up lied to. You know, when they start talking about, like, oh, people, you know, people's souls are growing weak from the rejoinings, they don't know that that's just wrong. You know, when they say, like, what could Elidibus possibly be talking about when they say that greater haste is necessary? Well, based on the story, I think what he's talking about is, and they have no idea that in the Japanese, he just tells you. Right? There's so much missing information that all of their theory crafting, all of their, you know, really passionate search into the meaning of things in the game is just pointless. Tons of people had their time and passion wasted because they just didn't have access to the real story. And that, honestly, just, like, that makes me sad, and it really pisses me off. Because to me, that's just, like, that's spitting in people's faces. You know, and it's why when you do a localization, you need to make it so that you need to do your fucking best to make it so that people are getting the same experience. Or at least, you know, as close to equivalent as physically possible. There shouldn't be this much information that's missing. There shouldn't be this many things that are contradictory. You know, and having it like this and throwing it out there and pretending like you've done a great job with the localization and running around acting like you're some sort of, like, lore writer and that the English team is, like, you know, cued in to what the story is actually supposed to be, to me, that's just, like, theft. That's just art theft. And, like, I really hate that. I really hate that. You know, because taking other people's art and fucking with it is already bad, but then also having it so that all of the people who experience it just are getting a worse experience and are getting fed literally incorrect information. Like, to me, that's worse, even. Because how many of these things are things that show up later in the game that in the English seem like asspulls? You know, like, how many people say, like, oh yeah, you know, like, Zodiark restoring people and like, people's souls having been split off in the original Cataclysm? Like, where can you point to the foreshadowing for that? It's stuff that seemingly comes out of nowhere. And there's a handful of things that I've been, like, I've had confirmation on that happen, right? You know, I've asked people like Patch and some of the other people to say, like this thing with Zodiark possessing somebody, this happens, I know that this happens. Because I asked, like, hey, am I right? Did this happen? And they go, yeah, you're right, that happens. But then tons of the other stuff, like in the theory crafting section, I have no idea about. And I'm trying to keep it that way, where, you know, I don't know what the deal with the ether is. I don't know what the deal with the matter-antimatter stuff is. Like, is that real? Was that a red herring? I don't know. You know, I don't know what the deal with the etheric world is. I don't know what the deal with, like, light and dark is, or why Zodiark is trying to get rid of all of the ether out of the system. And I'm excited to see it. Like, it's interesting. I actually, like, I really like it. And I really wish that the English-speaking community would have been able to see the same, like, really cool foreshadowing that I got to see. Like, you shouldn't have to speak an entirely different language to get the real story. You know, like, people say, like, oh, you can just learn Japanese, but you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to learn Japanese to be able to understand the real story. And, you know, I've got, like, I know a guy in our Discord who is partially blind, right? He has no choice but to listen to dubs, but to listen to things that are narrated as well. Like, if he's going to read something, it has to be an audiobook. If he was going to play this game, it would have to have, you know, text-to-speech for the English audio. And so, for somebody like that, they have no choice. Right? There's no option to just, like, listen to other subs or to, you know, read it in Japanese and just, like, use a machine translation or anything. They don't even have the option. And so when you just say, like, oh, we just took it and we changed it and we made it better, You're just saying, like, anybody who doesn't speak Japanese doesn't get to see the original story. You know, and I don't want to see your version of this game. I want to see the writer's version of the game. You know, and Koji Fox has lied by omission, and then other people have perpetuated the lie that the English team and Koji Fox are, you know, fully integrated and they write all of the lore together. But it's just very clearly wrong. You know, he didn't come out and say directly, like, I'm the lead writer, but when he's interviewed and he's asked, like, oh, how does it feel to, like, write the lore for the game, he doesn't correct them and say, I'm not the lore writer. He doesn't correct them and say, I didn't write the story. He should, but he doesn't. You know, so, like, he doesn't outright say, like, yeah, I'm the real writer and, you know, all the lore is my doing. But he doesn't correct people when they say that. Yeah, and the localizer's job, if they're doing it right, is to be invisible to the viewer. You should not be able to notice. Like, like, this is really the end of this bit, but basically, I played Tears of the Kingdom, Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, on stream on my Twitch channel, right? And there's tons of stuff in that is not properly localized whatsoever. Like, it has a really bad translation, but it's bad just kind of due to incompetence mostly. There's a lot of stuff that's just like, they kind of seemingly went like, ew, that's too hard, let's just not translate it. Like, Robbie in that game has this ridiculous speaking style in the Japanese that just isn't translated at all. Like, he speaks in like 80% English. The crazy scientist guy. He speaks in like 80% English, and it's ridiculous. It sounds hilarious. And they just kind of didn't do any of it. And then tons of the story stuff isn't properly translated. You know, they translate Iseki into secret stone instead of relic, which just makes it sound dumb. You know, there's tons of stuff like that. But I was playing the game in Japanese, or at least with Japanese audio, and there was a viewer who came in who was Korean, and he played the game in Korean. And I would be, you know, going through a cutscene, and I'd be ranting and saying, like, that isn't what they said, what they actually said was this. You know, that isn't the way that this character acts, the way that they actually act is this. And what he was saying was, wow, the English is really wrong. You know, the stuff that they're saying in the Japanese lines up with what I saw in the Korean. The Korean was following the Japanese script. And so me and him having played the game in Korean and me having played the game in Japanese, we were able to just talk about the characters and have no problem. We were able to talk about the story, talk about what characters are like, you know, talk about little side quests and how fun, like, little jokes and stuff were. And we had no problem communicating between the two of us. I was playing in Japanese, he played in Korean. There's no issue between us. There's no, like, disagreement. There's no confusion. But you throw the English into the mix, and all of a sudden it becomes incomprehensible. Like, the English alone is the outlier. And it's almost always the case, where English is uniquely shit as a language in translation. And there's a lot of potential reasons for it, you know, like English being a primary language for a lot of art, so there's not as much of a demand for translation being a potential thing, so, you know, most stuff gets made in English and not translated into English. Therefore, you know, as opposed to other languages where translating things is far more common, there'd be a far more, you know, built-up industry for that. But it's always English. It's, for some fucking reason, when it comes to games and stuff that are being translated, English always has to try and be the outlier, always has to try and be different. And it really is, it's baffling. Because so much of this is so much harder than just being a fucking translator. Right? Like, They say that they're on a time crunch, so why are they spending all of their time rewriting shit instead of just translating it? It doesn't make sense. Like, it just has to come down to pride, basically. Like, this weird fucked up idea of, oh, we're Americans, or oh, we speak English, so we know what fantasy is like. You know, oh, I see you're trying to do Western fantasy. Here, let me fix that for you. Oh, it's cute that you're trying. Let me show you how to do Western fantasy. I, random translator, know better than you, professional Japanese writer. And, you know, this is why it really bothers me that localization has become a you know, dirty word in general. Because there's tons of this shit that you need to localize to retain information. Shito taru mono you can't translate literally. It doesn't make sense. You know, koeru chikara, calling koeru chikara Transcendence is a localization. But it's a correct localization. You know, banshin to idol is a correct localization, or at least I believe it to be a correct localization. I can make the argument for it being a correct localization. If you were to try and translate banzoku directly, or banshin directly, it would just be foreign god. That doesn't really tell you shit. In Japanese, you understand what that means, because that's that's the way that word is used. Banshin in Japanese means idol. It means outside god. So it really bothers me that people are correctly identifying that translations are bad, but then incorrectly saying, like, oh, I just don't want localization at all. And I really wish that people would stop seeding the word. Because this is not a localization. What is happening, what happened to Final Fantasy XIV is not a localization. Straight up, it is not a localization. It's, like, that's why the name of the series that I went with was A Realm Rewritten, not A Realm Localized. Like, this is a rewrite. And I really wish that people would start using that term more, or at least something like it, to refer to things like this. Because calling it a localization implies some amount of good faith in that you're attempting to take information and make it fit into a source language. That isn't happening here. That's very clearly not happening here. The most common thing that we've seen in all of these cutscenes that I showed is just whole lines being erased. They don't add in extra things that are wrong, they just take shit away. But yeah. So, I will be continuing. I do this series. Yeah, that was just some of the scenes as well. Yeah, like, that is a good point to mention. I didn't cherry pick. Like, that isn't just some of the scenes. You can pick any scene at random and it's the same. Like, I don't think I've seen a single cutscene so far where where just, like, tons of shit isn't just removed for no reason. You know, even shit that doesn't matter just has everything fucked up. And it's so much more work for yourself to rewrite everything. Yeah, you could pick a scene out of a hat. Yeah, something is... And the biggest thing that's removed, the most common thing to be removed is flavor. In favor of homogenizing everything. You know, characters' individual speaking styles are taken away in favor of everybody being ye olde. Characters' personalities are taken away in favor of everybody talking the same and just being kind of smug. You know, jokes are taken away constantly. It's just, like, the game, Final Fantasy XIV in English is like, you just take half of the shit in the game in Japanese and delete it at random. And you've got the English. You can pick any item description. Yeah, everything is... I have not seen a single thing that is even close. It's ridiculous. And so, that's why I'm doing the whole series. We'll be resuming the regularly scheduled MSQ playthrough on Wednesday. Should be getting to the end of 3.0 on Wednesday. I believe we're right at the end of 3.0. Let me check where I was. I believe we're right about, oh wow, yeah, we're real close. Yeah, we're real close to the end of Heavensward. And then we'll get into the oh god, yeah, the Dragon War. Like, this is one of my favorite sections of the entire game. And it's also the thing that burned me out of playing the game in English entirely. Like, playing the game when you can understand Japanese is fucking soul-crushing. At the series, will I be able to do job quests? Yeah. Did I play first in Japanese or English? So what I did originally was... And this is really the thing that's, like, brutal, is... I thought that I would be fine, playing through the game with Japanese audio and English text. But so much of this information that's in the whole, you know, gigantic, insane document that I just made, this stupid rat shit, is in unvoiced cutscenes, where you have no idea what's going on if it's in English. And so, I just started running into a point where I would be hearing things in Japanese and seeing things in English that were completely wrong, right? Like, you would imagine if you could see the English dialogue for things like that Ysayle quest in real time, while you're hearing something that you hear is completely different. It made playing the game just fucking exhausting. Like, imagine that you were watching a movie and you've got your dumbass friend off to the left, just like, you know, like talking during the entire movie and saying shit that's just completely wrong. Like, you know, saying like, oh man, I bet so-and-so is the killer. Bro. And they just won't shut the fuck up. Imagine how annoying watching a movie like that would be. And so I just reached a point where I literally, like, I just didn't want to play the game. Because I knew that I would be bombarded with nonsense. Right? And so many and it would be, like, if it was just tone, it would be one thing. But with stuff like, you know, koeru chikara and hitotaru mono, like, this is gonna maybe make people think that I'm cringe. This is maybe gonna make people think that I'm cringe if I use this comparison. But this phrase not being translated, like, really, I can't hit it hard enough. Hitotaru mono not being translated is like, imagine if you were playing a version of Undertale where the word determination was removed. Right? Like, imagine that all of the save points never said determination, and then you only ever heard it at the very end of the game. And you're like, where is this determination thing coming out of? Right? Because, like, that's what people were talking about when they were saying, like, man, what is all this, like, the soul split stuff going on in the you know, like, what's all this soul split stuff going on in Shadowbringers and Endwalker? Like, this came out of nowhere. Right? But, like, imagine if the word determination just never showed up in Undertale until the very fucking end, and then you're like, what are they talking about determination? It's like, aha, your determination. You're just like, wait, what are you talking about? When were we ever talking about determination? Like, that's the equivalent of what's going on. And, you know, it just makes stuff not make sense. It's the crux of the entire Hydaelyn Zodiac saga. 5 fucking expansions and we only get in the last 2. Yeah, or like, you know, you got rid of any mention of the Force in Star Wars. Or like dark side or light side. You know? Like, the things that have been removed and flipped backwards are the most important shit in the game. And so playing through the game in English with Japanese audio was just so draining that I just didn't want to play the game anymore. Right? Like, I really liked the story. I really loved the story and the characters in the Japanese. But it was like, if I have to see this fucking English translation while I'm playing it, I'm gonna have an aneurysm. Right? And so it's only recently that basically I've got this OCR to visually grab the text out of the game so that I can check kanji and you know, do text to speech for the Japanese so I can like more quickly comprehend things. Like, that's a very recent development. You know, so like 3 years ago when I played the game originally, I wouldn't have been able to do that because the Japanese is so difficult. It's so difficult, honestly. Like, trying to read this game in Japanese, even as a native speaker, is incredibly difficult. Like, you know, you watch anybody like do a playthrough of this game in Japanese as a native Japanese speaker, and they struggle. You know, they're constantly stopping and asking chat, like, hey, how do you read that kanji? Wait, what are they talking about here? It's like, it's real hard. And so, you know, if you aren't like completely fluent, and even if you are fluent, even if you are a fluent non-native speaker, playing this game in Japanese without any sort of like OCR or, you know, translation assistance tool, at least to be able to like pull the kanji out, is ridiculously hard. I'm here, restart the stream. Oh man, yeah, you missed a lot. There's a lot of stuff on 2 different layers of crazy ranting. But honestly, I should probably I should put an actual translation of this down here so that it actually makes sense. No, dude, I should have been able to do this in like 3 hours. This taking this long is just a result of me being bad at organizing thoughts. Like, I don't think I should be getting praise for doing a bad job at organizing the thoughts, you know? And then human in all caps. Real important. You gotta get your thoughts on paper first before you can refine them? Yeah. And really, honestly, yeah, what Patch said is really spot on, is that so many of the things in the English localization feel outright malicious. Like, there are way too many things that are pointedly the opposite of what the Japanese says to have them feel like anything else, especially anything involving Alphinaut. Like if you guys got a hot second for one last fun little bit. So here's oh yeah. Here, let's I'll skip through until the line that I'm trying to get here. But this is a really important one too that they just completely fuck up. If you want a great example of how fucking bad the tone is and the meaning, I'm just gonna skip ahead to the point where this line is just fuck. Like, it's, you know, this is Lugia explaining that she's a Garlean.
私の名はルキア・ゴー・ユニウス。
Lugia Go Unius.
イシュガルドであんたに会った時はさすがの俺もビビったぜ。なんせあんたはリビアに瓜二つなんだからな。
Let me see if I can find the video of this in English.
あのガイウス機下の女幹部の
Okay, I've got the thing set up. So this is a great example of just how fucked the things that they do to Alphino is. I've got you one better, Patch. I've got the English delivery. Like, I'm just gonna play the English audio for the same line. So what he's saying here is, you know, she's talking about how she's the sister of
ダルマスカの魔女。リウィアは私の妹さ。
how Duya
繊細化され
Divya
た私たち姉妹は
is
別々
her
の家庭に
sister,
引き取られ育てられた。
right? And that we, you know, the character that we fucking killed, who she's got her own whole thing where her motivation, Duya's backstory is also cut in the English. She describes following Gaius as, like, she says that Gaius found her and that she can't go back to being the empty shell of a person she was before Gaius found and saved her. Which is just cut in English.
妹リビアは軍人。
So,
ではイシュガルドには
任務で潜入
like,
した。
she's basically crying while she yells out the line of saying, like, you know, stop taking away the people that I love. Right? So this line, so this whole thing, Dukia is just talking about her
鍵だったのだろう。
lead up, how she got into Ishgard, and talking about her sister. You know,
それが運命だというのなら。
you know, talking about how they went on different paths and how she found purpose in staying in Ishgard, how Imeric was willing to take her in despite knowing that she was a spy.
私たち姉妹も
She says that, like herself, Imeric was somebody who shouldn't have been born. And so she, you know, she feels a connection between him and her
故に帝国を捨て
in terms of their fate.
アイメリク様は
You know, she puts that in quotes of, you know, like, that those who shouldn't have been born. Which is, you know, that's a fucking brutal thing to say. You know, Imeric is a bastard son and she's a war orphan. And she's saying that both the two of them, like, had camaraderie in being, you know, children who shouldn't have been born. So,
あなたのアイメリク教への忠誠は疑うべくもない。しかしそれが本当ならば我々は君の妹さんを
did you hear his delivery? Alphino is one of the fucking best characters in this game. He says, I would never dare question your loyalty to Imeric. But if everything you just told us is true, then we killed... ... "Wareware wa kimi no imoto-san o." And that's her last living relative. She talks about how her and her sister got separated in the war. They went off in different paths, and she's saying, like, you know, my sister went off and did what she thought was right to you know, fight for the people that she loved and cared about. And Alphino is saying, and he's looking away. Look at his body language. He's saying, if that's true, we killed, you know, like, and he's saying it like his voice is shrinking away. Like, he can't even look at her. He's saying, like, we killed your last remaining relative. Oh my god. And now, yatta-ta-ta! Ta-ta! Let's listen to the English.
I do not question your loyalty to Sir Emmerich. It is your loyalty to your sister which concerns me.
I do not question your loyalty to Sir Americ. 'Tis your loyalty to your sister which questions me, or what, which concerns me. What? The English has him basically accusing her of, like, being disloyal. Of, yeah, what do you mean, which concerns me?
Your loyalty. I do not question your loyalty to Sir Emmerich. It is your loyalty to your sister which concerns me.
What the
I
fuck?
have long been of the opinion that those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
And then what the fuck is that line? Yeah, the English is like, oh, what, you're not gonna try and, like, avenge her, are you? The Japanese, this is what I mean by saying, like, the flavor is just gone in the English. Alfino is borderline crying in that line there. He is, like, he feels so awful. He's looking at her and going, like, wait, if, you know, based on what you're telling us, we killed your sister. And the English interprets that as, like, oh, are you, like, I guess they're saying, like, oh, I would never question your loyalty to Sir Emmerich, but, and they see that Scasia as being like, oh, but I question your loyalty to your sister. When he says it in the line, he has the same body language and facial expression. He has the same body language and facial expression. That's the level of shit that we're talking about. Where that isn't even something that I put up on the fucking list. But that's the level of localization that we're dealing with. This is every fucking cutscene.
キャンプドラゴンヘッドでキコーラに出会った時言ったであろう。過去の争いにこだわっていては未来は見えないと。
And what she says here is completely different. She's using... Here, she's reassuring him by bringing up a familiar situation. She's like building a camaraderie here by saying, hey, I told you, it's like what I told you in Camp Dragonhead. Right? You know, if you dwell on the struggles of the past, you won't be able to see your future. And look at his expression!
彼女の信念と愛する者のために戦った。私と何も変わらない。そしてそれはキコーラも同じはずだ。
And notice Lukia's voice. The voice actors do such a good job in the Japanese. She's being reassuring. Right? She's being gentle, reassuring. Because she can see how, like, beat up Alfino is about it. She's saying, look, you know, my sister fought for what she believed in, and for the people she loved. I'm no different. And I'm sure you all aren't either. The Japanese is not even close to stilted, right? The thing is that if you're going to localize, and you need to localize, anytime I give a fast and dirty translation of one of these lines doing it live, if you were doing an actual translation with an actual team, you would then take that translation and it would go to a proofreader who would make it sound more natural. But you need to keep the meaning. You need to keep the meaning. You need to keep the emotion. There's definitely a better way to translate it than what I just said. Right? There's a way to make it more emotionally impactful and in a way that fits the Japanese. And that's the thing, is that when you're localizing, you need to match the emotion. You need to convey the same emotion. Somebody who is watching this in English should have the exact same emotional impact. Like, they should have the same emotional response, or at least, you know, the same... the same shit should be there. You know, my sister fought for what she believed in and the people she loved. You know, and I'm no different, and neither are like, I'm no different, and neither are you. That would be like my fast and dirty. Right? And she's saying it reassuringly. Like, don't worry about it. You know, she fought for what she believed in. You fought for what you believed in. I fought for what I believed in. And she's saying it reassuringly. Like, you know, I can tell that you're very much upset about the idea that you killed the sister of somebody you consider a friend. But, you know, that's nothing you could do about it. That was her choice. Let's see what this exact same line is in the English.
My sister fought for her convictions and for those she held dear. So do I. So must we all.
I've got the music muted. So do I, so must we all. And notice the tone of the voice there again, where she's saying it like, you know, like an order, basically. Where's any of, like, the soft, like, the tenderness? You know, she's saying this to Alphino in, like, a, you know, a borderline motherly tone. You know, she's reassuring, she's talking softly. You know, because Alphino is just, like, completely beside himself. And after this cutscene... And Sid is so fucking cool. Like, yeah. It's like, hey, you know, I'm a Garland too. Glad to have another one on, you know, glad to have a fellow Garland on board. It's like, you know, and he's saying that, you know, she like piloted the magic armor, like, super skillfully. You know, he's grateful that, you know, there's somebody who's able to do that. There's definitely, again, I'm not even trying to do, like, a good tone translation of that, but you can see, like, you could just hear from the tone of what he was saying, right? And, you know, the fucking, like, this is just constant, man. This is constant. Whenever there's an emotional beat, whenever there's emotional shit, it's just fucked. And then there's also just weird shit. There's also just tons of weird shit. Like them changing, what's her name? Fuck. I should do a dartboard stream? What, literally just pick out cutscenes at random? Well, the wench, yeah, that's fucked, but, no. Where is she? Where is she? To give just, like, one more example of... Wait, where did she even show up? Where's Awa? I'm looking for Awa. Hilda! Yeah, whenever you show people a quick and dirty translation just to show the removal addition of random detail, they go on about how the English sounds better. Yeah, the Tataru one. I am thinking about Hilda. I am thinking about Hilda. Hilda... Yeah, this character. How am I getting a translation? I'm live translating it. So, I've got some tools to help. I've got an OCR. As you can see in the top right, I've got an OCR that is pulling things into a Japanese dictionary for me. I don't really use I try to not use the MTL as much as physically possible, because it's very often wrong. I'm mostly relying on my own translation. Right? It's like, yeah, what the hell you doing sneaking around for? God, I love Tataru. And again, like, Alphino's dialogue here is masculine. He doesn't talk like a little baby. He's saying, yeah, what's going on? Yeah, how are you doing, kid? You gonna get on our way too?
おい知ってるぞこいつらフォルタン家の屋敷に出入りしてる連中だ
It's like, hey, I know these guys. These are those bastards going in and out of the Fulton house.
ははなるほど揃いも揃って貴族の犬ってことか俺たちを異端者の仲間だって密告するつもりだな
Like, I see how it is. You know, you're all just like lapdogs of the aristocrats. What, you're gonna, tell all of you're gonna tell all of them that we're like working with the heretics, are you?
私たちはイシュガルドの民のことを思ってここに来た
Yeah. So let's just get through.
貴族の犬っころが吠えてるんじゃねえぞ
And notice that they're talking about dogs. They're talking about dogs here, and also, yeah, Alfino is a rich kid, but he's very good at talking to people.
待ちな女とガキ相手に生きり立ってんじゃないよ
God, Hilda is sick. Like, yeah, hold up. Yeah, like don't lose your head. You're dealing with a little girl and a kid. Don't lose your heads. In the English, her name is the Mongrel.
ヒルダ
Hilda.
あんたらじゃその貴族の犬っころってやつに指一本触れられやしないだろうさ
God, she's sick. Yeah, she's saying like, yeah, like you guys wouldn't even be able, like, what these these aristocratic lapdogs. You guys wouldn't even be able to lay a finger on them. They got serious. You'd be done in a second. Saying like, yeah, that you can't fuck with them.
噂の英雄様ってのが私たちに何の用なのか話くらい聞いてやろうじゃないか
Yeah. Let's at least hear out what the famous heroes want with us. The legendary heroes want with us. In the English, I wonder if this here, do they actually bring up the name, her actual name here? Because what I was trying to get at here, I was trying to find a cutscene for it, of this character in the English is referred to as the Mongrel, is her code name. In the Japanese, her name is Long Ears. You know, because she's a half-elf, and so she has short ears? And so it's like a sort of ironic little nickname. And they make up an entire thing where she was, like, racially... Like, people were racist to her growing up. Completely fabricated. In the Japanese, they say that her mother raised her to be a... You know, like, her mother was an incredibly kind person. Everybody in the lower classes of Ishgard loved her. Basically treated her like a saint. And that the reason why everybody in the underground follows her as like a revolutionary leader is clearly because she took her mother's teachings to heart. And is a kind and, you know, generous person. In the English, they make up a bunch of bullshit about her being a half-elf, meaning that people were racist towards her? Which just didn't happen? And they have her call herself the Mongrel, when in actuality she's called Long Ears. And then when you go around asking for her, like you go around asking the town for information on her, the Elysian go, "The fuck are you talking about? You're looking for Long Ears. All of us here are Elysian. We all got fucking long ears." Like, what, you trying to start something, buddy? Which is a great bit. That's a great joke. Literally, you go up to the people in the underground, they're going, "You're looking for somebody called Long Ears? With long ears? Do you know where you fucking are?" Like, what is this? You trying to fuck with us? You trying to start something? Is that it? Like, it's both a good nickname, it's both a good, like, ironic little nickname, and also a good smoke shield for, you know, investigation. Because how are you gonna get any info about that? And the whole thing, I couldn't find any, the name never shows up in an actual cutscene. But the whole thing is that they made up this whole story about, like, racial discrimination in Ishgard towards half-elves that doesn't exist. And I'm sure people to this day are saying, like, oh yeah, you know, people in Ishgard are really racist against half-elves. Based on nothing. Based on literal bullshit. And that's the sort of thing where they say, like, oh, you know, yeah, hold up, right there. Here. The, in the quest dialogue. Right here. Right? I went to, yeah, we were going to meet Hilda, the, you know, long ears that we've been looking for. Her name there is Long Ears. Nagamimi. You can see it right there. That's the name. And again, when we talk about localization, how the fuck does this turn into the mongrel? How? Somebody explain. Right? So it's like, it's not about the tone even. It's just about the things that people say are completely wrong. Right? Like, and if you're on a time crunch and that's somehow the issue, how are you going to spend that much? Like, you see her name is Long Ears. And instead of just going with Long Ears, you decide to come up with an entire The Mongrel thing. And then they have her constantly talk about dogs? They ever make a bunch of dog puns? It's like, ah man, yeah, you pissed off the bitch and now you're gonna get the hounds. Like, she says shit like that all the time in the English. That's so much more work. Right? And literally any cutscene that you go to is going to be the same. Oh my fucking god, I forgot about this dude. Yeah, this little fucker. There's so many great jokes with this guy, too. That all got cut. This kid, the kid from the Emmanuel. This dude is hilarious in the Japanese. You go up to the, God, nice right hook, sir. So he's really annoying in the Japanese too, but this is a really funny one. So at the end of the whole thing with Emmanuel, he gets punched by Count Edmund. Right? And when you go up and talk to them, Emmanuel's little Emmanuel, I don't know how to pronounce it. His little you know, like his attendant or whatever talks to you and is just like praising the Count's form. He's just like, just a marvelous right hook from Count Edmund. Just truly a beautiful flowing right hook. Elegantly executed. Yo, he's like, the dude he's supposed to be attending got punched in the face. And Onoroy is just talking about how absolutely fantastic Count Edmund's form was in punching Emmanuel in the face. And then there's so, like, this dude, you roll up into the, you know, into the camp, into, Camp Cloudtop, right? And you go up and you meet the lady in charge at Camp Cloudtop, right? Immonaland shows up and he introduces himself in this super grandiose manner. He calls himself like Kimidaki no Kishi, like your exclusive knight. Immonaland here at your service, my fair lady. To which Laniet literally looks at him, looks at you, looks back at him and says, "Oh, you're here? Sorry, I didn't notice. I'm in the middle of something right now, so could you just shut up for a second? Thanks." She said, that's what she says, like, basically straight up to Immonaland. Literally just like, could you please shut the fuck up for a second? Thank you. She just completely ignores that he exists. In the English, they have her address him by his full name and title. His full, like, noble name and title. And, like, use kid gloves with him. Because I guess he's nobility and he outranks her, so of course she would use those terms. Whereas the joke in the Japanese is that he talks all this shit about how he's like a super, from a super prestigious house and everybody respects him, and Laniet is from a lesser house, and so, they're coming here to help her out. And then she shows up and just refuses to even use this dude's name. She just does not even acknowledge that he fucking exists. He just says like, "Oh, you're here. I didn't notice. I'm a bit busy. Could you shut up for a bit?" Like, she never refers to him by his name or title. It's hilarious. And quite literally, at the very end of all of it, she says, "Hey, about Immonaland, like, you could just beat the shit out of him if you want." She literally says, "Tekito de ni nagutte mo ii." Like, you could just punch him in the face if you want. Like, please. If you want to, you can just beat the shit out of Immonaland if you want. Like, if Count Edmund, wants to, if it turns into any trouble, like if you get in trouble for it, I'll take the fall for you. She says to you straight up, "You can just punch this kid in the fucking face. I'll take the fall for you. Please just punch this kid in the fucking teeth." Like, I was laughing my ass off throughout this whole segment. Literally, Swizzly. Like, she just says, like, you can just punch him. I'll take the fall. Like, if you get in trouble for it, blame me. Please, it's fine. But the English constantly has her refer to him as, like, a noble. And that can't be, like, time crunch localization. That's intentional. Right? Like, changing things to the mongrel is intentional. Getting rid of shitotaru mono is intentional. I can't... So many things have built up that I can no longer give them anything even approaching the benefit of the doubt in saying that they, just didn't have enough time. They just get rid of shit because they can. Yeah, every single joke that they had was taken out. Like, you can check the VOD for that section in the MSQ playthrough. It's fucking hilarious. The Japanese is fucking hilarious for that section. I was having a great time. This whole quest chain is probably my favorite in the game so far, because it is just constantly wall-to-wall bangers in terms of jokes. Oh yeah, the mongrel thing. Yeah, for raiding the Vatican. Which also, yeah, they changed the Pope to the Archbishop instead of calling him the Pope. He's called the Pope. Yeah, Laniet is fucking great. I really want her to show up more. She's absolutely hilarious. Because she does not give a shit about her, like, what could happen to her career for disrespecting nobility or whatever. So, like, literally, I could do a dartboard stream where you just click on any random quest, any random cutscene, and it's just all wrong. Yeah, that's the thing, Sully, is that, you know, back when I started the playthrough, I had, like, some things that I could show off as being, like, blatantly completely different. But now it's just there's so many. It's so many. Like, yeah, I mean, like, literally, the Archbishop thing alone is just, like, irrefutable. Why the fuck is he called the Archbishop in English? He's called the Pope. They use the term for Pope. It's very unambiguous. Oh god, the Papashan thing, man? The Papashan thing was just fucking, like, that's just gross. Like, literally, that one was just gross, bro. That one's just like, why would you do that? What is wrong with you? Like, the Papashan one is in one of the very first quests in the game. You know, Papashan just has you go out and deliver some like refreshments to some soldiers out in the sun. You know, because they're really hard working their asses off and they need something to refresh themselves. In the English, they have him say like, "Oh, you know, can you hand out like these melons? I found that like sweet things always help when I feel like killing myself." Like, they have Papashan say that, who is a kindly old man. Say, like, man, I really love eating sweet shit when I feel like killing myself. What? Huh? And the entire game is that? That's the whole game! I've now gone an hour. I've now gone an hour over when I said I was going to end before. But... okay, I will actually end. So... if you would like, if you want to see more of the game, please subscribe and all of that. It's every Wednesday and Sunday at 4 p.m. Western, going through the whole MSQ. Streams are usually about 4 to 5 hours. And next time, on Wednesday, we're going to be going through the end of 3.0, which should be very fun. Yeah, thank you all for showing up. Fun times. I'll post the insane rant stuff on Twitter. This should be fun. I'll just export these as 2 different images and then throw them up on Twitter. Because I really do want, like, to keep this as reference for, you know, and see what I got right and what I got wrong. Because I'm sure that I got a lot wrong. That's the thing that's, like, really exciting, is that I want to see what of my extrapolations were right and what of them were wrong. Like, I'm reasonably confident on a lot of the stuff, but then very less confident on a lot of the other stuff. There's wrong stuff. I'm actually pretty happy about that. Coils I actually already did. There is the VOD series for Coils. It's a lot to go through, so I wouldn't blame you if you just kind of skimmed, but I have done Coils. Is it all in one video? No. It's, but there's a playlist with all of it ordered. I think it was like 2 streams? But yeah, it's... unfortunately, it's very difficult to compile things down, especially when I have to, like, stop and look stuff up. Yeah, there's, I believe it's 2. It's not the best organized. As you can tell from this, I'm not the best organized. But yeah, I am actually going to end now. Thank y'all for showing up. And tune in Wednesday for the end of Heavensward. Very fun times. Thornton's motivation is actually really cool and makes a lot of sense. Okay, bye. Post the shit on Twitter. See y'all.